think we've got some background noise going on there. Welcome to everyone to Planning Committee. So the start time is 10 o'clock. My name is Simon Harper. I'm the Head of Democratic Services. I'll shortly be handing you over to the Chair of the Planning Committee, Councillor Phil Orford. Can I just remind everyone in the meeting, if you're not speaking, with everyone except the Chair, could you mute your microphone? And when you look at your screen, it might be an iPad, it might be a PC, or it might even be a smartphone. It's on the left-hand side that you can see the control. You can see the controls on the screen, and it's the one on the left-hand side to mute. Okay. And if you can't see any buttons on the screen, you just need to tap the screen if you're on a phone or an iPad, or for a laptop, just tap the keyboard and the control should come up for you. Please bear in mind, this isn't like a normal meeting, and inevitably there will be some compromises today. We may have some teething issues, and that's to be expected when we're running an event with so many people. If we need to be live on YouTube throughout. And I've got a couple of people watching the YouTube feed, and if it goes down for any reason, then we'll ask the Chair just to pause the meeting while we establish that connection. So we might have one or two breaks during the meeting, just for a short period, where we get the YouTube feed back up again. Can I ask you not to interrupt the speakers by butting in on the microphone or physically raising your hand? We really, there's so many of you, we can't see you on the screen. When someone speaks, the way the system works is they'll automatically come up on the screen. Although you might not be able to see me on the screen at the moment, I'm talking through the Chair's microphone, so you should be able to see Phil Orford as the Chair, as the speaker at the moment. I'd like to explain a little bit more about the format of the meeting. The agenda itself has been published on the Gloucestershire County Council website, and that was done 5 clear working days before the meeting. And the application that we have today is the extension of Stow Hill Quarry and the retention of a mineral processing plant at Clearwell Quarry. A number of people have registered to speak for and against the application. The opportunity to speak will happen after the officer has presented the application. And the officer is Kevin Betty. Jason Betty, I should say. Sorry, Jason. Contributions will be timed, so please do not try to carry on after the end of the timing, and I will give you some warnings about timings. And as I've said before, once you've spoken, then you can't participate again in the meeting if you're a member of the public. My colleague Andrew Griffiths will be helping me during the meeting from Democratic Services, and will be producing the minutes afterwards. So can I go over to the Chair of the committee, Councillor Phil Orford?
Okay, good morning everyone, and a formal welcome from me to this committee, especially those who have registered to speak, and of course those who potentially will be watching this online. We have a few formalities to go through on our agenda prior to the application. Obviously, as this is a virtual meeting, we will be live, and we have support, as Simon said, from Democratic Services team throughout. We may take a short comfort break at the most appropriate point, given the officer's report and those addressing the meeting. But a formal welcome, and I'll now move into the agenda proper.
Sorry, Chair, could I just please ask, we have somebody on call-in user 5. Can they please sort of acknowledge who they are, because I'm not aware of who it is?
I'm on call-in. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Who is it? Sorry?
It's Harry Fell. I cannot get any sound on my laptop.
That's okay. Thank you, Harry.
Okay.
to confirm. Thank you very much. Sorry, Phil. Apologies for interrupting.
Well, timely, because I go to apologies for absence.
We do. We have apologies from Councillor Hale, Councillor Priest and Councillor Will Windsor-Clive.
Thank you. The next item on the agenda for us is declarations of interest. I'll go to members first, but I do have some of my own. Any other members with declarations? No? Okay. Pretty standard one from me in that I'm the County Council's appointee to both the Severn and Wye and the Wessex Regional Flood Defence Committees, which of course isn't just about flood, it also has a responsibility for the Water Framework Directive. And I would have to say I've had email correspondence with a parish council and a telephone call from, I believe, the lady who is coordinated from that group. In neither case did I express any determination or my likely determination on this application, but I thought I'd better make that clear. Okay, can we move on then to public questions?
No public questions received.
Okay, members' questions.
There are members' questions which relate to the application, and I believe Jason will cross these off in his presentation in a moment.
Thank you. And then on to the minutes, to approve the minutes of our previous meeting, which was held on the 14th of May. I need a proposer and a seconder.
We've got Councillor Sean Parsons.
Yep.
I'll propose.
And yes.
Okay.
So those, unless there are any objections, then we'll take those minutes as accepted.
No show of hands.
No need.
Okay.
That's fine.
They will be signed at a future date. Then we move on to item 6, which is the application. But before I call Jason to make his presentation, I believe Kevin Phillips wanted to make a brief statement or update on something that was received this morning.
So Kevin Phillips is the head of planning.
Kevin?
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Just to inform you that we have had some communication with the National Casework team over the last couple of days. This is the team that advises on Secretary of State decisions, whether Secretary of State would call in an application, that sort of thing. As of yesterday, the casework team informed us that if the council resolved to take the recommendation as published, that we would undertake not to approve the application until they have considered whether to call the application in or not. They've not actually clarified the reasons why, because it's not a planned departure or whatever. They've not given any more details than that. Our legal advice is that the published recommendation doesn't need to be altered, given that it's also subject to a Section 106 agreement that the case officer will elaborate on his presentation. So, basically, without prejudice to the committee decision, officers can advise members later on in the committee if need be on that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Kevin.
So, Chair, can I, just before Jason Betty, the case officer, presents the application, can I just mention who else is in the meeting in terms of advisors, just so that members of the public are aware? Like I said, Jason Betty is the case officer. We also have Jenny Spencer, who is the air quality advisor from Atkins, Gary Kennison, who is the county ecologist, Professor John Gunn from Limestone Research and Natural England Specialist, Rebecca Underdown from Natural England, she's a planning advisor, Paul Horswell, Natural England Senior Planning Advisor, Wendy Richard, Infrastructure Advisor, Atkins. So if you're comfortable, Chair, we'll move over to Jason as the case officer, and I'll put the presentation on the screen.
Thanks very much.
Jason, did you want to come onto the screen?
Yes. I just should be on, aren't I? Presentation. Right. Thank you, Chair.
Page 1.
Before I start my presentation, I would like to bring to members' attention that the Mineral Planning Authority has received 28 late objections to the proposal, objecting on the grounds of damage to ecology, impact on landscape, impacts on the AONB, insufficient infrastructure, negative effects on tourism, insufficient highway network, damage to well-being, increased pollution, damage to the SSI, potential of job losses, effects of dust, noise and noise on amenity, hydrology, affecting the water table, need for mineral, need for the mineral from the Forest of Dean, and the fact that the Secretary of State should call in the application. Now, the MPA is of the opinion that all the matters raised in these late objections have been considered in the report, and many will be mitigated through the proposed conditions in the report detailed in pages 170 to 194. The late representations have also raised issues relating to the lack of public consultation, lack of publicity of the meeting, short notice of the meeting, lockdown restrictions affecting the democratic process, access to public buildings, and what consultation was carried out was inappropriate for such a sensitive and destructive proposal. Furthermore, objectors have requested that this planning meeting is postponed for 28 days to enable all those who wish to object to do so. In relation to the consultation of this plan application, the MPA has complied fully with the Council's adopted Statement of Community Involvement and in compliance with the NPPF. Chapter 5 of this report, pages 78 to 88, details the consultation and publicity that was carried out from December 2017 through to January 2019, and involved 3 separate consultations involving site notices, newspaper advertisements, letters and emails to near neighbours and contributors, Newland Parish Council, St Breville's Parish Council, and this resulted in almost 300 objections being received from the residents, including residents from Clearwell Village, St Breville's, Newland, Hughesfield and Colford. Furthermore, there have been claims that people wishing to object couldn't via our public access system, and that there was a technical fault. I have since ascertained that the main reason for this was that they were using a reference number relating to an application dating back to 2014, reference number 140119 FDM, which was for the extension of Stow Hill Quarry and the detention of mineral processing plant at Clearwell Quarry, which was withdrawn in December 2015. To assist the public, however, who were trying to object to the proposal, who did not know the correct application number, I informed them that they could email me direct via my GCC email or via the DC inbox to submit their comments. Before I continue with my presentation, I ask the chair if members would like to comment on these requests from these late submissions.
Thank you, Jason. Members, any questions in relation to the statement that Jason has just made? No one? Okay. Well, I'm content that we can continue into hearing the application. Obviously, as chairman, I have had considerable legal advice around this particular issue, but I'm content, and members seem to be content likewise.
Okay, I'll move forward to my presentation then, Chair.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. First, I must apologise for the length of the committee report and presentation. I felt it was necessary under the current unusual circumstances and in the absence of a site visit and the inability to display plans in the council chamber as usual. Back to slide 1.
Okay, James. It's up
So,
on the screen.
Yeah, the planned application before you today is 170122/FDM-AJM, submitted by Clearwell Quarries Limited, owned by Breedon, for the extension of Stowe Hill Quarry and retention of mineral processing plant at Clearwell Quarry. First, I'd like to make a few amendments to my report. I've circulated to members 3 amendments to my report. First is paragraph 1.10 should read, the nearest residential properties to the proposed extension area of Shophouse Farm, which its boundary lies approximately 105 metres to the north of the phase 1 boundary and approximately 170 metres to the Shophouse dwelling, and approximately 105 metres from the phase 2 boundary and approximately 220 metres to the dwelling. Lovely Farm lies approximately 200 metres from the phase 1 boundary. The MPA wishes to amend condition 59 and 61 of plan application 170122/FDM-AJM being considered at July Planning Committee. Condition 59 currently reads as follows. Perimeter screen bunds, prior to commencement of development, details including cross sections of the screening bunds as shown on approval of Plan 251L0106 shall be submitted to the Mineral Planning Authority for written approval and constructed as approved prior to commencement of the mineral extraction in the extension hereby permitted. The MPA recommends that condition 59 is amended to read, prior to commencement of development, details including the location of the perimeter bunds and cross sections of the screening bunds as shown on plans 251L0106 and 251L0107 shall be submitted to the Planning Authority for written approval and constructed as approved prior to commencement of mineral extraction in the extension area hereby permitted. Condition 61 currently reads as, the approved perimeter screening bunds shown in drawings 251L0106 shall be located at least 150 metres away from the boundary of Shophouse Farm. The MPA recommends that condition 1 is amended to read as follows. The approved perimeter screening bunds shown in drawings 251L01 and 06 shall be located at least 150 metres away from Shophouse Farm. Can I take the submitted amendments as read?
Yep.
I had a question on this. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, John.
Yeah. On paragraph 1.10, the wording seems a bit clumsy, and I wonder if it could be rewritten to say the nearest residential properties to the proposed extraction area, a Shophouse Farm, the boundary of which lies approximately, at which its boundary lies seems to be a very strange way of putting it.
I'm happy for that minor change, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Dr. Corber.
So can I take it as read that the conditions and paragraph are accepted by committee with the slight alteration suggested by Councillor Caldwell?
Yes, no one other has indicated, so yes. Carry on.
Thank you, Chair. Additionally, I would like to make the following minor amendments to my written report, which is before members today. Paragraph 1.2 should read Breedons and not Breedens. Paragraph 1.8, page 47, should read the nearest residential properties to Clearwell Quarry, where the plant area will be retained, are the Travellers West, and insert the word dwelling. Paragraph 2.1, page 48, should read northeast and not east. Page 67, history. 150180-FD should read 15-0108. Paragraph 7.129, page 137, refers to 0.69T and should read 0.69MT. Paragraph 7.158, page 142, should read to appropriate mitigation measures for Shop House Farm from any potential noise and dust emanating from the proposed extraction of mineral from the extension area, specifically phase 2. Applicant is proposing a 150-metre buffer zone from Shop House Farm, and we're deleting the word the boundary of. 7.161 again should read of the applicant proposing to establish the buffer zone by locating perimeter bunds approximately 150 metres away from Shop House Farm. Paragraph 7.243 on page 153 should read in July 2020 and not June 2020. And finally, condition 47 on page 182, there should be no gap where it says 6RNMS-1. Can I take these amendments as read?
Again, I'm looking to members, but I'm content.
No.
Anyone else indicate?
No members
No.
indicating.
Okay, proceed, Mr. Betty.
Right, can I go to slide 1 then, Simon, please?
Yeah, just putting it back up on the screen. Bear with me a sec. Just take a few seconds for it to come up. Let's see if we've got. Bear with me. Are you seeing anything on the screen, James?
Yes, we've got slide 2. We need to start from slide 1.
Go back to it at the moment.
Yes.
That's just got a slight technical issue where we try and get this to.
Yes.
Okay.
No, it's gone again.
You've got it on the screen now, Jason.
No, we've gone back to 2. We need to go back to slide 1.
Slide 1.
Let's see. That one?
Yes.
Okay.
I'll start my presentation then, Chair.
Right.
Right. The proposal before you today is for the extension of Stow Hill Quarry, improvements to the plant in Clearwell and Stow Hill quarries, the construction of a noise mitigation bund, the construction of a new access road for Longley Farm, and the restoration of Stow Hill Quarry, the proposed extension area, and Clearwell Quarry. Slide 2. The application area is 28.55 hectares in size, as outlined in red in the slide. It is located within allocation 01 of the adopted minerals local plan. Next slide, please. Shaded in blue in slide 3. The application area incorporates the proposed extension area of 13.56 hectares shown in slide 4, which is the green shaded area. Slide 5. To the northeast of the existing Stow Hill Quarry boundary, the southern area of Clearwell Quarry, containing the plant and the haul road, the primary crusher area, the conveyor leading to Clearwell Quarry, and the proposed new road access for Longley Farm. Slide 6. The blue area outlined in the slide shows land in the applicant's control and includes Stow Hill Quarry and the northern area of Clearwell Quarry. Slide 7. Slide 7 shows an aerial view of the quarry extension, which shows the location of Clearwell Quarry, Stow Hill Quarry, the extension area, Longley Farm and Shop House. I will now take you on a virtual tour of the quarry, pointing out some key characteristics of the quarries due to the absence of a member's site visit. Slide 8. Slide 8 shows restoration completed so far on the northwestern side of the quarry, adjacent to the unclassified highway looking from the southern boundary of the quarry. I forgot to mention this is Stow Hill Quarry. Slide 9. Slides 9 and 10 show restoration completed so far in the quarry with to the northern faces in the background, viewed from the southern boundary of Stow Hill Quarry. Slide 11. Slide 11 again shows completed restoration works with the Howes primary crusher. Next slide. This is the correct slide. You can see the primary crusher labelled there. Next slide. Shows the western face of the quarry in the process of being restored, viewed from the northeast of the quarry looking westward. Next slide. Slide 13 shows the quarry floor looking towards the southern end of the quarry from the northern faces. Slide 14. Slide 14 shows the western rock face looking across from the eastern side of the quarry and the internal haul road. Slide 15. Slide 15 shows the southern end of the quarry partially restored and the internal haul road leading to the primary crusher. Next slide. Slide 16 shows further restoration to the western faces of the quarry. Slide 17. Slide 17 shows the haul road used to transport the stone to the crusher and the conveyor in the Slide 18. Slide 18 shows the conveyor that takes the crushed stone into the plant in Clearwell Quarry under the road, viewed from the eastern boundary of the quarry. So let's say that basically the conveyor belt goes under a tunnel, it goes under the road, and the conveyor belt continues into Clearwell directly to the plant. Slides 19 to 22 are just some further photographs of the quarry, just for Simon to go through. Next slide. Right. Slides 23 and 24 shows what restoration works have been carried out on the northern area of Clearwell Quarry, viewed from the eastern boundary adjacent to Marjorie Lane. Next slide. Stow Hill Quarry, the applicant is proposing to extend Stow Hill Quarry to the northeast to extract approximately 2.5 million tonnes of mineral, including limestone, while keeping the haul road, primary crusher and conveyor in Stow Hill Quarry. The restoration of Stow Hill Quarry and the extension area to an epicast-based restoration, including a combination of agriculture, grassland, woodland, hedgerows and wetland features. You can see in the slide the extraction area, the haul road within the red line, the crusher and the conveyor. Next slide. Slide 26 and 27 show the extension area taken from the northern ridge of the quarry looking northwards with the Hall pub in the background. Next slide. The proposed extension area lies within allocation 01 of the adopted mineral local plan, and the extracted stone will contribute towards reducing the current crushed rock land bank shortfall for Gloucestershire and the requirement of the Forest of Dean to provide 10.426 million tonnes of crushed rock in accordance with the local aggregates assessment through to the end of 2032. And the as it shows in the plan, the MLP allocation 01 is the blue shaded area. And as you see, the proposed extension area is a small portion of that allocation. The extension area is required by the applicant to enable quarrying to continue at Stow Hill Quarry, as current reserves are almost exhausted, and to provide the limestone shale required to restore Stow Hill Quarry as proposed. Next slide.
Jason, could you just stop just a sec? That we're getting a bit of interference. So if anybody's not muted, could they mute now, please? So all we want is you live and the chair live. Everyone else should be muted because
Sorry,
we're in interference.
Sorry, Simon. Mr. James, could you possibly mute your microphone, please? Because we're getting a lot of feedback from you.
Okay, right, carry on.
So, for Clearwell Quarry, the applicant is proposing to keep the site offices, workshop, staff facilities, weighbridge and wheel wash facilities in situ while improving the existing plant to reduce noise and dust emissions, and the restoration of the whole of Clearwell Quarry, including the plant area, which currently does not have an approved restoration scheme. We are planning to restore the site to agriculture with associated landscaping, planting, using both indigenous and imported inert materials. And you see Clearwell Quarry, the area in red is the plant area, which does not have any restoration scheme presently, and the additional area of Clearwell Quarry has a restoration area which is currently being restored. Next slide. Slide 30 shows the new proposed plant to be installed in Clearwell Quarry as part of their environmental improvements. That will include improvements to the principal crusher in Stow Hill and the plant to further mitigate dust and noise levels emanating from both quarries during their operations. This slide is not very clear what is being proposed, but I have included it just to give members an idea that the applicant is proposing to install new plant within Clearwell Quarry to address issues relating to noise and dust, which they have occurred currently with the current operations. So as you can see there, there's improvements to encasing the plant to try and again reduce dust levels. Slide 31. The proposed site area lies approximately 1 kilometre to the south of the village of Clearwell, with the two small hamlets of Stow and Stow Green situated on the local road to the south and north of the quarry access respectively, as shown in the slide. So you can see in the slide Stow and the hamlet of Stow Green. The proposed extension area consists mainly of agricultural land divided by hedgerows forming part of Longley Farm. On the northern boundary, there is an unclassified road from Shophouse Farm to Stowe. Longley Farm, including a farmhouse and agricultural buildings, lies to the southeast. The boundary of Shophouse Farm lies to the northeast. The nearest residential properties to Clearwell Quarry, where the plant area will be retained, are the Travellers Rest, which is shown as PH on the plan, with the dwelling being located approximately 10 metres from the boundary of Clearwell Quarry. Marjorie Corner, which is a property adjacent to Travellers Rest, and Stowe Green Farm, shown in the plan, are approximately 60 and 120 metres away respectively from Clearwell and Stowe Hill Quarries. The nearest residential properties to Stowe Hill Quarry boundary are the Travellers Rest, Crown Cottages, Longley Farm Cottage, Shop House, Longley Farm, Cockshed Barn, Marjorie Corner, Stowe Green and Mount Pleasant, which are within a radius of approximately 300 metres from the plant located in Clearwell Quarry. The nearest residential properties to the proposed extraction area are Shophouse Farm, with its boundary lying approximately 105 metres to the north of Phase 1 boundary and approximately 80 metres from the Phase 2 boundary, and Longley Farm, which lies approximately 220 metres from the Phase 1 boundary. Next slide. Oars Wood Site of Nature Conservation Interest, SNCI, as shown in the slide, lies approximately 300 metres to the southwest of the extension area. Slide. The Slad Brook Site of Special Scientific Interest is approximately 1.2 kilometres to the southwest, as shown in
Please
red
hold.
in the slide. I'll just repeat that.
Yeah, go again, Jason.
Yeah. The Slad Brook Site of Special Scientific Interest, the SSSI, is approximately 1.2 kilometres to the southwest, as shown in red in the slide. Next slide. Wye Valley AOMB is approximately 800 metres to the west and 900 metres to the southwest of Stowe Hill Quarry and the extension area as shown in the slide. There is a public right-of-way, footpath number 66, which is in pink in the slide, that crosses the boundary of the extension area as shown in the slide, which the applicant is proposing to divert during the proposed development by applying to the public rights of way team. An unclassified highway, Marjorie Lane, runs along the western boundary of Clearwell Quarry and forms the eastern boundary of the Wye Valley area of outstanding natural beauty, which also runs just to the southwest of the existing Stowe Hill Quarry boundary. Next slide. The main highway access to the site used for the transportation of mineral is the existing Clearwell Quarry entrance as shown in the slide, which accesses the highway network via the unclassified highway onto the B4228 at the All Hall Inn junction. Next slide. When leaving the site, lorries are only permitted to turn left as shown in the slide, which is intended to prevent the lorries going through the hamlet of Stowe when leaving Clearwell Quarry. Next slide. Slide 37 shows the road access into Stowe Hill Quarry from the unclassified highway, slightly to the north of the main quarry access at Clearwell. The Stowe Hill Quarry access is not used for exportation or importation of stone, but as an operational access for plant, machinery and staff, and this will continue with the proposal. Next slide. Slide 38 shows the location of the proposed new Longley Farm access. The new access will be constructed for Longley Farm for their sole use, as the current access is part of the extension area. The Highway Authority was of the opinion that the access road was suitable to accommodate the movements of traffic travelling to and from Longley Farm and would achieve the required visibility displays if maintained clear of obstructions. Slide 39 shows the proposed access as currently, and slide 40 shows details of the proposed access. Next slide. Extraction. The applicant is proposing that the extraction area will consist of two phases, with phase 1, shown in the slide, consisting of 2 benches which would be worked to a maximum depth of 170 metres AOD and would release approximately 1.78 million tonnes of saleable limestone and would take approximately 3 years to complete extraction from commencement. The soil and overburden stripped from the extraction area will be used to construct the proposed perimeter landscape bunds in the northern corner of the extension area. The bunds will be 5 metres in height and located between the extension area boundary and the Shop House Farm boundary. It should mitigate visual and acoustic effects on Shop House Farm. The exact location of the bunds is still to be considered. The bunds should be constructed within 8 weeks of commencement, limiting the impact on near neighbours from noise and visual intrusion. Once constructed, it is proposed to immediately have them sown with a low maintenance grass seed and managed for the duration of their existence to avoid the ingress of weeds. Next slide. Slide 42 shows phase 2 of the extraction, as shown in the slide, and would provide approximately 720 tonnes of limestone and would take approximately 48 months to complete from commencement. The limestone shale and poor quality limestone from both phases will be used in the Epicast construction as part of the proposed restoration of Stow Hill Quarry and the extension area. However, the proposed extraction of stone from the extension area and the monitoring of the potential impacts of both the existing and proposed restoration of Stow Hill Quarry on the Sladbrook SSSI has been a concern of the Environment Agency and Natural England. Therefore, this has been an important matter which has required careful and protracted ongoing negotiations between the Mineral Planning Authority, the applicant, Natural England, and the Environment Agency. However, the Environment Agency and Natural England have now come to the opinion that with their recommended conditions included within any approval, including limiting the extraction level to 170 AOD until monitoring results are acceptable in accordance with approved monitoring schemes, and the safeguards that an agreed Section 106 agreement would provide, they are satisfied with the proposal to be recommended for approval. To further address issues raised by Natural England and the Environment Agency, the applicant has proposed setting up a Management and Monitoring Steering Group, the MMSG, which Natural England and the Environment Agency and the MPA will be asked to join. Once established, all monitoring results will be reported to the group for analysis on how restoration is progressing, and especially to report any changes to the water management of the Sladbrook SSSI. The applicant is proposing that the MNSG will be a key component in optimising the restoration of Stow Hill Quarry and the proposed extension area, as it will be the regulatory for how restoration progresses as a result of the monitoring data. The applicant is proposing that the MMSG will regulate this through a Section 106 agreement. The NPA agrees that a Section 106 agreement planning obligation is an appropriate mechanism to ensure a monitoring regime is put in place involving other parties to ensure the safeguarding of the off-site SSSI of Sladbrook. In line with existing monitoring at Stow Hill Quarry, the operator will continue to monitor surface and groundwater flows throughout Stow Hill Quarry, with the addition of new line meters to increase monitoring points. The new line meters will be created and monitored prior to extraction commencing. Next slide. Restoration of Stow Hill. Stow Hill Quarry, shown within the blue line of the slide, has not been fully restored as previously approved. And to address this, the applicant applied to the NPA to vary planning condition 2 of consent DV 2288, which is the existing consent, to vary the restoration schemes for Stow Hill and Clearwell Quarries. The variation application 170110 FDM AJM was determined in July 2020, subject to compliance with conditions and the Section 106 agreement being signed and agreed. This consent can operate and be implementary unilaterally to this application. However, this application, if approved, so this application is approved, the restoration for each planning application area would be implemented through a common scheme which applies to both. The proposed restoration of Stow Hill Quarry and the extension area, as shown within the red and blue line of the slide, will provide an improved epicast-based restoration, including a combination of agriculture, grassland, woodland, hedgerows, and wetland features. In order to construct epicast layers as part of the restoration of Stow Hill Quarry and the extension area, limestone shale is required, which the applicant is proposing to source from the extraction of the proposed extension area, as it should provide shale with the same geochemistry as the limestone previously extracted. Next slide. Clearwell restoration. Clearwell Quarry currently only has an approved restoration scheme for the northern part of the quarry, outlined in this area. It does not cover the southern half of the quarry, shown in red, the slide where the processing plant is currently located. The proposed development will enable Clearwell Quarry to be fully restored once the plant is dismantled and removed, providing an improved landscape and biodiversity gain for the quarry. If approved, Stow Hill Quarry, the extension area, and Clearwell Quarry will be fully restored within 8 years from the date of commencement of development, and will include the removal of the plant in Clearwell Quarry. The whole of the area of Clearwell Quarry will be restored as shown within the red and blue lined area. Next slide. Slide 45 shows the schemes that are required to be submitted to the NPA with written approval prior to the development and or extraction, and in many cases implemented prior to extraction. I'm not intending to go through the whole list, but I shall go through some of the subject areas that are included. They will cover archaeology, improvements to the plant both in Clearwell and Stow Hill, improvements to the Willwash, improvements to transport measures designed to minimise the impact upon the air quality in the designated Lydney Air Quality Management Area, a dust management plan, a noise and vibration mitigation plan, biodiversity mitigation and enhancement schemes, landscape scheme, restoration scheme, details of the perimeter bunds, including their location, monitoring scheme for the water monitoring of Stow Hill Quarry and the extension area, and a scheme for the epicast construction for trials, monitoring regime for the water management of Stow Hill, and an aftercare scheme. Next slide. Objections. In response to the consultation process, including 2 further EIA Regulation 25 consultations, 271 letters of presentation, all objecting, were received in relation to the application and accompanying environmental impact assessment. These included residents from Stow, Stow Green, St Breville's and Colford. Since the writing of the report before you today, an additional 28 objections have been received to date, which I discussed earlier. St Breville's Parish Council, Newland Parish Council, Colford Town Council, Stone Green Residents Association and the Campaign for the Protection of All England also objected. The main concerns raised from the objectors relate to the integrity of the Sladbrook SSSI, effects on horseshoe bats, 150-metre buffer zones, perimeter bund size, the condition of the plant in relation to dust and noise, HGV movements, and the visual impact and impacts on the hydrology and local economy. Further points raised by objectors include the proximity of the site to the Wye Valley, impact of blasting, damaging property, impact of property values, damage to tourism from the quarrying, particularly noise, dust and HGVs, the need to stop quarrying in the Forest of Dean totally, unemployment due to the impact of the quarry's development, restoration of Stow Hill Quarry extension and its potential impacts, no benefit to the local community, loss of amenity in a quiet rural area, no compensation due to local community due to the effects of the quarrying, and a breach of human rights. Forest of Dean District Council objected on the grounds of the impacts of landscape character, and the local county council member objected on the following grounds. Please record my full support for the position of Newland Parish Council in relation to the Stow Hill Quarry application. I fully endorse the Parish Council's response and firmly object to the application for the reasons therein. The Environment Agency and Natural England initially objected to the proposal, but after further information was submitted by the applicant, they no longer objected, subject to their recommended conditions and a Section 106 agreement being agreed and signed. All the objections can be seen in more detail on pages 78 and 88 in paragraphs 5.3 to 5.33 and paragraph 6.3 to 6.9 of my report. Following careful consideration of all the matters raised, the MPA is of the opinion that with the proposed planning conditions in place, protecting the amenity of the surrounding area, including the Sladbrook SSSI, the proposal gives no rise to any adverse impacts in terms of visual impact, water environment and public amenity, or have a detrimental effect on the site's surrounding environment as in accordance with the development plan as outlined within the report. In addition, prior to the issuing of a consent, if approved, a Section 106 agreement is required to be agreed and signed by all interested parties in order to ensure the monitoring and safeguarding of the Sladbrook SSSI. The MPA recommends that permission be granted subject to the recommended conditions being implemented as approved, and that no development shall take place on site until the pre-commencement conditions have been approved in writing by the MPA and the Section 106 agreement has been agreed and signed by all interested parties. That concludes my presentation. With Chairman's permission, I will go into members' questions that have been submitted to me.
Before you go into members' questions,
yes.
Can I wind you back about 5 minutes? You made a specific reference. It was before you went on to the Clearwell.
Yeah.
You made specific reference to a date, July 2020, which we're now in.
Yes.
Can you clarify what that was again for members?
Sorry, that was the variation. the previous, that was 170110. So that was finally signed off last week. That'll probably have connection with future questions ongoing.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yes, by all means, if you want to take the submitted questions now from members.
Yes, well, we had questions from Councillor John Caldwell. Do we know what tonnage of crushed rock would be achieved if the extension was limited to 176 AOD? The answer is basically no, but as the applicant is still hoping to extract to 170 AOD if the monitoring data supports it. The other question was, is 176 AOD regarded as safe in relation to the chemistry of the Sladbrook, or simply safer, a bit like the 2 metre versus 1 metre distance of COVID-19? To date, there appear to have been no discernible ill effects on the brook from quarrying to the 176 metre AOD level. In response to that, the 176 AOD is a depth that was approved previously for Stow Hill Quarry. And as you have mentioned to date, there does not appear to have been no discernible ill effects on the brook from quarrying from the 176 AOD level from the monitoring that has been carried out. So generally a depth of 176 AOD seems to be acceptable to all interested parties. The question from Councillor Phil Orford: can the plan officer advise as to those adjoining parishes who were given advance notice and opportunity to make submissions when this application was to be determined? From the original consultation, Newland Parish Council and St Breville's Parish Council were consulted and subsequently consulted again through the Regulation 25 consultations. Finally, question: can Professor Gunn clarify his understanding of the conditions in relation to the Water Framework Directive around this somewhat untested model of dealing with the monitoring, dewatering and potential impact of this unique SSI and watercourse? Would he suggest that should a permission be granted, as far more regular and robust regime on water quality monitoring should be undertaken given the off-site concerns? I haven't had the opportunity to speak to Professor Gunn, but I could refer to him now with your consent.
Yeah, by all means. I was expecting to come in somewhat later on, but
I'm sorry.
Yeah. But by all means, if the gentleman's in a position to give the answer now, I'm delighted.
I'm slightly confused because there was a reference there to dewatering, and my understanding is that no dewatering is proposed.
I'll read the question out to you again, Professor.
Yeah.
Can Professor Gunn clarify his understanding of the conditions in relation to the Water Framework Directive around this somewhat untested model of dealing with the monitoring, dewatering and potential impact on this unique SSI and watercourse? Would he suggest that should permission be granted, a far more regular and robust regime on water quality monitoring should be undertaken given the off-site concerns?
Okay. There is no dewatering plans, so let's be absolutely clear on that. We haven't considered this, or I haven't considered this in relation to the Water Framework Directive. What I was asked to do as consultant to Natural England was to look specifically at the impacts on the SSSI. And the proposed Epicast construction scheme is, as we've said in several communications, untried. The very important point, and we will probably come to this later, is that there is a planning condition that requires the applicant to do 1 year of testing before any work whatsoever is undertaken in the extension area. So that if you are minded to approve the application, then the applicant will need
to provide details of how they are going to undertake trials. They will then need to undertake those trials and demonstrate that they can create the same conditions as pertain at the moment. So what they've got to do is to show that through epicast construction, they will be able to replicate what is happening in the current epicast in the extension area. And if they can do that, then my professional opinion is that there are unlikely, very unlikely, to be any further impacts on the SSSI. There is also a robust scheme of monitoring, and members may be aware that I was previously very critical, somewhat 4 or 5 years ago, about the monitoring. There's been a marked improvement in the proposals, and having assessed what is now proposed, I think that this should give us confidence that any impacts will be detected. I apologise, that's rather a long-winded response, and you may wish me to come in later, but basically, although I haven't specifically considered it in the context of the Water Framework Directive, I have undertaken a pretty thorough consideration.
Thank you. Lengthy but important, and grateful for the clarification. Jason, have you got any other member questions?
No, that's it. So I would say that concludes my presentation, Chair.
Okay.
So Chair, shall I?
Yeah, I'm just going to defer to my Democratic Services lead as to where we are and the next stages.
So I'll just explain now in terms of the process we'll follow. So we've now got the public representations, and I'll, if you bear with me, I'll just go through the order of speakers so everyone is aware. So we've got 5 people that will be objecting. They each have 4 minutes. The first person will be Tim Healy-Hutchinson, followed by John James, Harry Fowle, Chris McFarlane and Brian Jones. Then we have 4 people supporting the question, and they will be heard in this order: Ben Richardson, Mike Wrigley, Kevin Morgan and Lyndon Edmonds. Then we have 5 minutes for the applicants and agent. And can I just check that? So that's Nick Dunn and Mike Young. How are you going to do that? Are you going to have 2.5 minutes each, or is one of you going to use the 5 minutes?
Nick Dunn speaking. I'm going to have roughly 2 minutes, and Mike is going to have roughly 3 minutes. We're just under 2 and 3 minutes between us.
Okay. That just helps me in terms of the timings. Yeah. Okay. Thanks, Nick. Appreciate that. Then for the parish council, 5 minutes, and that's Richard Crichton. Then the district councillor is Councillor Dave Wheeler, and Chris McFarlane, I believe, is presenting Dave Wheeler's speech. So, Chris, can you just confirm that you're okay to do that?
Yes, I can confirm I can do that.
Okay, thanks. Thanks, Chris. And then finally, 5 minutes for the county councillor, and that's Councillor Patrick Molyneux. So that's the order. So if you're happy, Chair, we can make a start. So the first person is Tim Healy-Hutchinson. Are you there, Tim?
Yes, I'm here.
All right. You can start your 4 minutes now.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Tim Healy-Hutchinson. I live at Scatterford, between Clearwell and Newland. I shall focus on the application's threat to the Gloucestershire landscape and its blight upon local people. The site extension would be onto peaceful farmland, forming part of the setting for Beerswood and the Wye Valley AONB. Unlike the existing quarries, which are reasonably screened from all but close views, the proposed extension area is in a prominent place that cannot be screened from view. For example, it would be impossible to screen it from the B4228 to and from Colford past the Orpal Inn. The B4228 is one of 2 roads that bring in tourists and residents from England and South Wales. The area is the gateway to the Wye Valley. Furthermore, Clearwell Castle and the Clearwell Conservation Area would be much more directly affected than before. To reach Clearwell from the B4228, you would have to drive directly beside the site, close to the centre of Clearwell. Shop House Farm, immediately adjacent to the site, would be ruined by the proposal to build 5-metre bunds around it and conduct quarrying only 150 metres away. The proposed margin of 150 metres is plainly inhuman. No one in this meeting would accept it for themselves. The applicant seeks to belittle the admitted landscape destruction, mostly by reference to restoration plans. The proposal is not to restore the site to its original form, only instead to undertake modest filling and planting, as the applicant admits and Natural England confirms that full restoration is impossible. Please imagine the human impact. Big-scale quarrying was first permitted at Stow Hill in 1994 with a 20-year time limit. It should be over by now. Then this was extended in 2003, but only for a maximum of 20 years. So until this application, local people could reasonably have hoped that their suffering would end soon. Now there's the nightmare prospect of quarrying until at least 2026 and probably beyond. Enjoyment of nearby woods and fields would be confiscated. The proposal would bombard us with more noise from blasting, drilling, processing and HGV traffic. It would cover cars and gardens with toxic dust. It would harm bird life and other wildlife. It would endanger Sladbrook, the finest Twyford Dam stream in England. One objecting local resident has written, "I have lived with the drone of traffic, the crunching of rock and the weekly explosions that still rock my house. I have lived with my beautiful views, the countryside views at the back of the house being completely eradicated by huge bunds, rocky shale mounds covered with weeds. I was promised in 1997 that the 35-acre extension would be the end of it, and I am eagerly awaiting the rural countryside to come back to me. The quarrying around Clearwell has gone on for far too long. This application threatens more irreversible destruction than ever before, and the site is in ridiculously too prominent and too beautiful a place. Please do a good thing today and refuse this application. Thank you."
Thanks, Tim. So the next speaker is John James. Are you there, John? You come on.
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, John. So are you ready to start?
I am ready.
Okay, so your 4 minutes start now.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairman, councillors. As you listen to what I have to say, I would ask you to consider whether you would approve this development in your division. My name is John James. I'm a chartered engineer with 30 years experience in dealing with all aspects of highway works, specialising in traffic management and road safety. The quarry access is onto an unclassified road with a weight restriction in one direction and a journey of 3/4 of a mile via a staggered crossroad junction with severely restricted visibility before reaching the B road. There are further significant constraints before reaching a primary route. The 10-mile route to Chepstow is on a road which is very narrow in places and passes through several villages, 2 with primary schools. The route to the A48 at Chepstow passes a hospital and a primary school, where the road is often reduced to a single lane, only to then reach a poorly aligned T-junction, where regular queuing and air quality problems occur. The route through Coalford is urban for about 2 miles, with a crossroads in the Coalford town centre governed by 4-stage traffic lights. This junction also gives concern in respect of air quality. For those unfamiliar with this area, the situation at Coalford would be comparable to similar junctions at Tetbury, Letchlade or Winchcombe. I would now like to draw your attention to some of the human and social aspects of the proposal in the immediate area. The centre of the village of Clearwell, population 380, lies within 750 metres of the existing quarry. The village people and businesses have been suffering for many years from the toxic dust, noise and ground vibrations from the quarry. The extension proposed would bring operations to within 550 metres of the village centre, directly in contravention of the advice in the National Planning Policy Framework, paragraphs 120, 122 and 123, which seek to improve the conditions in which people live and work. Paragraph 143 of the framework is specifically aimed at sustainable use of minerals and states that authorities should ensure that operations do not have unacceptable adverse effects on human health. There are also individual properties in close proximation to the quarry boundary, and the council's recommended distance between the property boundary and the quarry working area is 200 metres. Even with the proposed conditions, this would the properties will be exposed to unacceptable noise, dust, etc. I would contend that there are quarries in Somerset which are able to supply high-grade aggregate in a much more environmentally sustainable way. Somerset has a land bank of 41 years, and Somerset quarries have nearby motorway connections, with 4 having direct rail links. What I ask you to consider is this: if this was an application for a new quarry at this location, with all the access and other problems, would you even consider granting permission? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, John.
Harry Fell.
So Harry Fell, could you come on the...
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah. So let me, are you ready to start your 4 minutes?
Yes, I'm ready.
Right, okay, so start now, thank you.
Thanks. My name's Harry Fell, and along with my husband Colin, I run the Tudor Farmhouse Hotel, which is situated in the centre of Clearwell. Tourism is worth an estimated £300 million to the Forest of Dean and Wye Valley. A recently conducted visitor survey carried out by the Forest of Dean District Council found that 79% of visitors chose the area because of the scenery and landscape, and 54% because of the peace and quiet. An extension of the quarry as proposed will ruin the beautifully scenic view on one of the main entry points to the Forest of Dean, the B4228, as well as disturb the peace and tranquility of the surrounding area. A decline in tourism to the Forest of Dean would be catastrophic, and this is recognised by the District Council, who have prioritised tourism in their recent core strategy, and who have also entered into a partnership agreement with the Wye Valley and Forest of Dean Tourism Association to support the marketing and promotion of the area for tourism. Tudor Farmhouse Hotel is a Grade 2 listed building and incorporates a site of special scientific interest. We can feel the blast in the hotel restaurant, and the dust often settles over the property and SSSI. We were supported by the RDPE project administered by DEFRA to increase the quality of our accommodation. This has resulted in us attracting people with a higher disposable income who are staying longer. This increases the spend in the local area and benefits the economy. How many of these affluent guests will want to visit if they have to drive past a large quarry to get here, and how many will return once they're covered in toxic dust? Clearwell Castle is one of the country's premier wedding venues. The owners of Clearwell Castle have further invested in Clearwell.
We've lost her.
We've lost you, Harry. Are you there?
Permanent staff and a further 100.
Just a sec. We lost you. We lost you there for a sec. Do you want to
give her 30 seconds?
Do you
back,
want
please.
to go back to the start of? I think it was where you said Clearwell Castle is one of the country's premier wedding venues.
Okay. Yep.
Yeah. Do you want to start again there, and I'll restart you? All
Thanks.
right?
Sorry, I'm on my phone, and it's yeah.
That's all right. That's fine. That's fine.
Thanks.
I've stopped the clock.
Okay.
That's fine. All right.
Yeah.
Okay,
Clearwell Castle is one of the country's premier wedding venues. The owner of Clearwell Castle have further invested in Clearwell with the purchase and refurbishment of the Wyndham. They employ 50 people permanently and 100 extra during the peak season. As business owners, we appreciate the value of jobs to the local economy. Breedon Aggregate suggests that their site at Clearwell supports 32 jobs and that this application will only see an additional 4 jobs created. We employ 25 people, all of whom live locally, and between all the tourism businesses in Clearwell itself, over 120 people are employed year-round. The number is much higher if you include all other businesses which would be adversely affected by this planning application, such as the pubs on the main road, the Allpool and the Miners and Sling, as well as the tourist attractions of Puzzlewood and Perrygrove Railway, the Forest of Dean campsites and other businesses in St Brevels. The application states that there would be benefits to the local economy with their employers spending money locally. Even if they do, the value of this additional spend from 36 employees will be far less than the spend lost from tourists who will not visit the area should this application go ahead. Tourism is the greatest sustainable economic driver in the local economy, and it will increase in importance in the coming years with the continued decline of manufacturing. In the next 20 years, based on current spend, tourism will bring in £6 billion into the local economy, and in comparison, the quarry will generate merely £140 million, of which only 5% will remain locally, according to Breedon's estimate. The NPPF states that local businesses should not have unreasonable restrictions put on them because of the changes in nearby land use since they were established. Changing Longley Farm to further quarrying will certainly put unreasonable restrictions on several tourism businesses locally. As Tourism Minister Nigel Huddleston said last week, our tourism sector is hugely important, creating jobs, supporting businesses, and driving local economies in villages, towns, and cities across the country. It's vital that we help the sector bounce back and give it the platform to recover when it reopens. Allowing this application will hinder this incredibly vital and growing sector. We urge the Council to reject this application to protect the 120 jobs employed within tourism in Clearwell. Thank you.
Thanks, Harry. So Chris McFarlane is next. You there, Chris?
Yeah, I'm there.
So this is you, and then the next one you'll be speaking on behalf of Councillor David Wheeler. So do you want to start your 4 minutes now, Chris?
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chairman. The Sladbrook, as it is locally known, is found in my parish of St Brevels. I speak on its behalf. I and hundreds of people in the local community have objected to these quarry expansion plans for many years now. We have petitioned for a stop to the noise and air pollution this quarry creates and the heavy lorries rushing past our village school. Some parents are considering moving house away from the danger if this application is granted permission. We all understand the need for limestone in construction and concrete production. We're not stupid. There are many sites where this can take place sustainably, but this isn't one of them. The Sladbrook is internationally important. The site is significant as actively forming tufa dams are rare. Yet this site has approximately 60 of them, forming the longest series of tufa dams in Britain. A recent report shared with the Environment Agency and Natural England found the Sladbrook to be one of the highest scoring sites for aquatic invertebrate interest in the country. Cuts in resources has meant this information has not been brought into planning consideration, omitted from the environmental impact statements before you now. Once the limestone has been removed from the catchment, it can never be put back as it was. Neither the applicant nor the planning authority have sought to complete and test the restoration schemes, a critical condition of their current permit. Why haven't past conditions been adhered to or enforced? Why has no effective independent monitoring of the environmental impacts taken place? What's going to change with this application? Perhaps this is why our MP Mark Harper has urgently asked the Secretary of State to call in this application. The objection from the Wye Valley AONB office to pollution of the Valley Brook aquifer feeding into the River Wye is of great concern. There is so much more at stake here. This application will remove a critical part of the slow flow catchment, crucial to the survival of the Slad. Removing this huge limestone sponge risks leading to desiccation, disintegration and death of its fragile living tufa formations, particularly when current climate change extremes are added. Have you walked the short distance from Quarry to Brook across the ancient landscape of Stow Hill? Have you observed the cascading pools and falls, the special fauna and flora, and admired the intricate and beautiful natural architecture of the Slad? Only by knowing what's there can you consider carefully what will be lost to future generations. Approving this application will accelerate the SLAD's demise and remove it from that register of Gloucestershire's natural wonders we are supremely proud of. It will go down on record, regrettably, as an act of gross environmental vandalism. Today you determine the fate of the SLAD Brook forever. Millions of years in the making, irreversibly damaged at the press of a button. Despite the immense power the quarry industry can bring to bear to influence and downplay the fate of our natural heritage, we know in our hearts that places such as these have value far beyond the short-term economic gain that could be derived from destroying them. If ever the precautionary principle were to be employed wisely, it is now. Please refuse this application. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chris. So the next person is Brian Jones. You there, Brian?
Martin, Brian said that he's having problems with his IT. So if he doesn't come back on, I think you'll have to read his speech on his.
I've got his submission, so I'll just keep it for now, and then we can come back to it if he can rejoin the meeting. If he can't, then I'll read it to everyone. Okay.
I think you'll need to go on and read his submission. I've emailed him, but he hasn't come back as yet.
Yeah, I was going to say, because that's the last of the formal objectors speaking, I wouldn't want to go out of that and then go back into objectors. So if you take all the objectors, if you're in a position to read that.
Yeah, Simon.
Okay, I can. What I'll do then, Chair, is I will. I'll time myself over 4 minutes, and I will read Brian Jones's submission to you.
Don't worry, I'll time you.
I'll time you as well, Simon.
Here we go. We live in an uncertain, fragile world. Normality is gone, and we are faced with an unpredictable, frightening future. Incarcerated for 5 months and unable to see friends and family, isolating, shielding, living in fear of the moment, of the future for our loved ones. And yet, in the middle of all this uncertainty and fear, why are we bringing such a contentious planning application to committee, where residents cannot meet to discuss, some have no internet access, and where the councillors are not allowed to see the location, foregoing the opportunity to appreciate the enormity of the current devastation and the tsunami of the future? Why leave the announcement of this meeting after endless successive postponements until only 7 days before committee? Why, after 7 years of procrastination, urgently call this meeting during a pandemic so it can only be a virtual meeting, forcing councillors to decide like an episode of Big Brother based on a series of well-positioned holiday snaps? It's simply not fair. This application has been allowed to drag on for 7 years with 3 bites of the cherry. The client is allowed to park the huge second application whilst this one is decided. A planning sprat to catch a mackerel. Unsurprisingly, these applications have drawn over 1,200 written objections from worried, fearful residents. Quarries are finite, they have a life. In 2003, the Gloucestershire County Council promised residents that this quarry would finish at the head of this valley, the visual tipping point. A promise broken and the visual impact doomed. The devastating visual nightmare of this planning extension, which will blitzkrieg a tourist route into the forest, is enough to warrant refusal on its own. Yet this area of outstanding natural beauty bordering the application is one of the councillors. Sorry, I can't actually make sense of that. Let me read it again. Yet this area of outstanding natural beauty bordering the application landscape is one the councillors have not had an opportunity to view, to experience, to feel, to admire, and then appreciate the planned destruction. The highly likely destruction of Slad Brook, one of the UK's most important SSIs, is sacrilege. Despite Natural England and the Environmental Agency objecting on all 3 applications, then subsequently a questionable last-minute change of mind in a secret closed-door meeting. The client did not do a required public presentation of this application, and they rejected numerous requests to meet the parish council to discuss. An ombudsman investigation acknowledged serious breaches of noise and dust at local residences. The district and county council are well aware of these due to the 1,000 plus formal complaints. Both have admitted they have been unable to police and enforce these issues due to ambiguous conditions, lack of resources, lack of budget, and council distance from the quarry. Thus, these 3 statutory nuisances have never been enforced, nor are they fixed in this application. The daily copious dust is respirable silica, already reaching Clearwell and Sling, 2 villages with a primary school and large retiree population. It is this danger that creates the most fear in local residents. Nothing in this application fixes this danger. Just a short bit to go. So this application leaves more questions than answers, which is why it has lasted 7 years. And those questions have still not been answered. Yet it's deemed to be a good time to steamroll the application through now, urgently. The precautionary principle states that when activities may lead to morally unacceptable harm, action shall be taken to avoid or diminish that harm. If it is threatening to human life or health, serious and irreversible, unhealthy for future generations, or imposed without adequate consideration of the human rights of those affected, it is better to be safe than sorry. This application creates more questions and long-term dangers than it answers. So it is asked of you to please think as a resident, a family member, and take action now to stop this carnage and protect this beautiful corner of Gloucestershire and its residents. Thank you. So that is Brian Jones's representation, read out in full.
Yeah, and I can confirm that as well. Thank you.
Okay, that was the final presentation from an objector. We now move on to I've got 4, I believe, supporting the application.
So we've got Ben Richardson first.
Yeah, Ben.
You there, Ben?
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah.
All right. So you ready to start?
Yeah, ready when you are.
So 4 minutes now.
Okay. Hi there. My name is Ben Richardson, and I am the quarry manager at Clearwell Quarry. I'm speaking to you today for myself and the other quarry workers who can't be here today to support the planning application so that our jobs can be saved. I have a strong family ties to Clearwell and the surrounding area, and have spent all my life in the area. I've worked for Breedon since they acquired Clearwell site in 2013. Before that, I worked for the previous owners, and in total have spent 21 years at the site, which is all of my working life. I started with a 4-year apprenticeship, engineering apprenticeship, and I've worked my way up to become quarry manager. My roles include the day-to-day running of the site and compliance with health and safety, planning permissions, and environmental legislation. I'm the first point of contact at the quarry should there be any complaint. There is only one persistent complainer who only moved in near the quarry in 2014. Nevertheless, every complaint we receive is fully investigated and the problems are fully dealt with promptly. It is extremely rare that the complaints are received from anyone else, and our nearest neighbours whose back gardens look into the quarry have never complained. You will have heard today from others urging members to refuse the planning application and have seen allegations that Clearwell Quarry causes pollution and has a poor track record of environmental compliance. This is simply not true. For example, Breedon Southern Limited and Clearwell are ISO 14001 accredited. This is a national and European accreditation scheme that requires strict adherence with rigid standards to ensure that the environment is not negatively impacted upon. Compliance with these standards are independently assessed while there is a requirement to make continuous environmental improvements. If the allegations about the quarry performance were correct, then we would not be able to retain this accreditation. In addition, members will be aware that its own officers carry out regular visits to the quarry to check compliance with planning. As part of Breedon's commitment to environmental improvement, they have recently employed a head of sustainability. I'm proud of this new role as it will ensure even greater focus on reducing impacts and minimising the carbon impact of our operations and their contribution to climate change. Like many of my work colleagues at Clearwell, I rely on my job to support my wife and 3 children and pay our mortgage. Should planning permissions be refused today, the quarry would be forced to close, and the harsh reality is that I will become a casualty and face redundancy. With the present economic uncertainties caused by COVID and the likelihood of recession, I hope you agree that it would be unwise for Clearwell to close. It would undoubtedly result in significant negative local economic and employment impacts. I also fear that it would be extremely difficult to find another job in the quarrying industry, which for me, like many of my other colleagues, has been the sole focus of my career. I therefore respectfully request that the members should vote that the planning permission is granted today, securing the jobs of my co-quarry workers and provide economic stability for the area. Thank you.
Thanks, Ben.
Thank you.
We've got Mike Wrigley.
Yeah.
You there, Mike?
Hi there.
All right, so are you ready to start your 4 minutes?
Yeah, ready when you are.
Okay, so start now.
My name is Mike Wrigley and I am the Assistant Quarry Manager at Clearwell. My roles include the day-to-day running of the quarry, ensuring a high standard of health and safety and environmental compliance. The main part of my job is to ensure that the operatives are doing their job without impact to the environment or each other. I live within 4 miles of the quarry and my wife has strong family ties and connections and is a 5th-generation forester. I support 2 children and my wife with this job and I have a mortgage to pay. My children use the local schools and facilities and my family are most definitely part of the community. I feel very angry when there are mischievous allegations made about the quarry's environmental performance. The last thing I want as a local is anything that could take place which would damage my own backyard. These allegations are spurious and without any substance. If planned permission is not granted today, I will be made redundant when the quarry closes. This will have a devastating effect on my family as there are very few jobs opportunities in the forest, let alone in the quarrying industry. As a local, I see the clear economic benefits Clearwell provides, including good quality jobs, use of local tradesmen, and spending in shops and local services. My quarry also supplies a much needed supply of high quality aggregate products, which can only be found in the forest. With the recognised need for this quarry extension in your new mineral plan, it seems to me that it would be illogical for members not to grant planning permission for the extension. Thank you for providing me the time to speak today.
Thanks, Mike. So the next one is Kevin Morgan. You there?
Kevin, for you, 2 seconds.
Hi, Kevin.
Hello, here.
You all right? Are you ready to? Have you got everything there? You ready to start?
Yes, ready.
All right. So your 4 minutes start now. Thank you.
My name is Kevin Morgan. I'm the concrete batching plant supervisor at Clearwell Quarry. I'm the 5th generation forester. I live in Cinderford and I've worked at Clearwell Quarry for 11 years. Before this, I ran my own local transport company. My job has allowed me to support my wife, 3 children, and no grandchildren. If the quarry closes, I will lose my job, and I fear it'll be very hard to find another in the forest, especially in quarrying. These jobs are scarce. My family and I therefore fear for our future should the quarry close. I take great pride in my job, and as a forester, the environment I work and live in. It's upsetting to hear accusations about the quarry creating impacts, which are simply not true. We work extremely hard and are highly regulated to ensure that impacts do not occur. For example, the concrete plant operates under an LAPPC permit, which controls dust. I would like to point out that we supply mostly local businesses with an affordable supply of high quality concrete products. We also supply local organisations and charities such as Clearwell Primary School, Lydney Rugby Club and Clearwell Caves. We often supply concrete to local charities free of charge. If we were to close, concrete would have to be imported from elsewhere, which would result in an increase in lorry movements from outside of the local area and an increase in the cost of concrete products. This will negatively impact on the local community and its economy. I hope that planning permission is granted today so the quarry can stay open without further job losses and I can keep my job. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thanks, Kevin. So we've now got Lyndon Edmonds.
Yeah, it's coming now.
That's all right, no rush.
Hello.
You there, Lyndon?
Yes.
Have you got your presentation in front of you? Ready to go?
Yes, I have.
All right. So your 4 minutes start now.
Right. Thank you for letting me speak. My name is Lyndon Edmonds and I work as a quarry operative at Clearwell. I have lived in the forest all my life and have been working at this quarry for 38 years. I mainly operate an excavator, which is the most common plant used. Sorry?
Okay.
Yeah, carry on.
All right. Most common plant used at the quarry. During my working life, I have seen many in plant operation and work practices in noise and dust. So they do not impact on the local residents or machine operators. In the last 10 years, the plant I operate has become much quieter and we have successfully developed working practices to reduce and control dust. The other operators at the quarry and I take great pride in our work and are committed to working in ways that do not impact on the environment. After all, why as locals would we want to cause any damage to the area where we're all brought up in? I therefore do not recognise the objections that the quarry creates problems with noise and dust. In an area such as the forest where good employment is hard to come by, I feel lucky to have worked at the quarry and to have a well-paid job. This has allowed me to support and bring up a family within the local community. I am sure that you can understand my concern for myself, my family, and other quarrymen if Clearwell closes and more jobs are lost. It would also be a great shame that others will be denied the opportunities that I have had to work hard for if the quarry closes. I therefore hope that planning permission is granted today. Thank you.
Thank you, Lyndon. So we've now heard from the objectors and the supporters, and we'll now be moving on. So the next person to speak will be Nick Dunn, and he'll be accompanied by Mike Young, so the applicant agent. They'll be followed by Richard Crichton from the Parish Council, Chris McFarlane speaking on behalf of Councillor David Wheeler as a District Councillor, and then Patrick Molyneux. And the chair's indicated that after that we'll take a 5-minute comfort break.
Can we appeal again that everybody that's not speaking stays on mute? There was a bit of interference.
We are getting a little bit of interference. So if you're not speaking, could you make sure you're muted? All right. So each of the speakers now get 5 minutes. I think Nick and Mike. Nick, I'm going to time you for 2, and I'll tell you when 2's up. but I'll keep the clock running. You will only get 5 minutes in total, all right? So, are you there, Nick?
Yeah.
Yes, ready when you are.
All right, so go. Start when you're ready.
Yeah. Good morning. I'm the planning consultant for this application. There is a clear recognition that minerals can only be worked where they are found. In Gloucestershire, hard rock aggregate from Clearwell can only be found in the forest. There is an identified need in Gloucestershire for aggregates from the forest, and the government requires a 7-year land bank. The extension to Clearwell is located in an allocated area in the 2020 mineral plan for this land bank. This allocation has followed an extensive and very lengthy review of the alternative options, in which it was evident that the county's requirement for this mineral could only be met from extensions of quarries in the forest. It was also recognised that the 2 other quarries in the forest do not have the reserves or the ability to increase production within acceptable environmental constraints to compensate for the loss of Clearwell. New greenfield sites were also considered, but their development would have greater environmental impacts than extending Clearwell. In the absence of this extension, the only feasible alternative is to import aggregates from outside of the county. This will significantly increase HGV movements and the emissions associated with climate change. This is not a sustainable approach. Refusing planning permission will therefore undermine the new mineral plan, result in a shortfall in the land bank, result in a less sustainable supply of alternative aggregate. Now, the application in front of you today is a result of at least 8 years of environmental study, and it is recognised by your officer and their advisors that all the impacts have been reduced to an acceptable minimum. They can be controlled by planning condition legal obligation, and they are wholly compliant with planning policy. I therefore respectfully request that planning is granted today, and I'm available to answer any questions should they arise. Thank you.
So that's 2 minutes, 2 minutes and 3 seconds. So, Mike, you've got 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. Good morning. My name's Mike Young. My name's Mike Young, and I'm head of Land and Mineral Resources at Breedon Southern Limited. Clearwell Quarry has operated since the early 20th century. Breedon acquired the quarry in 2013 from Marshalls, a company who specialised in natural stone and landscaping products and not construction aggregates. When Breedon assumed management control of the quarry, it was evident that the plant and machinery had been poorly managed and due to the lack of capital investment. Not only was the production inefficient, but the neglected plant and machinery was causing unnecessary release of dust, increased noise, and consequential complaints from our neighbours. Breedon have since worked hard to maintain and update the plant and machinery with a capital cost of in excess of £640,000 spent to date, and to train our employees to successfully control and mitigate these impacts for our neighbours and the surrounding natural environment. In addition, there are extensive commitments made in the planning application to undertake further environmental improvements to the plant and advanced restoration of previously worked quarry areas. This commitment to invest is only possible if the planning permission is granted for the extension today. This planning application represents the culmination of over 8 years of discussions with officers from the Mineral Planning Authority and other statutory bodies, including Natural England and the Environment Agency. Over that time, the application proposals have been modified to address concerns raised, which has reduced the proposed mineral extraction area. Before the recent exhaustion of minerals reserves at the quarry, Breedon employed 34 staff, mostly made up of local foresters. Due to the length of time it's taken to determine this application, 11 of our colleagues have unfortunately already been made redundant. Those remaining colleagues will be made redundant also if plan permission is not granted today. As you have heard, each of our colleagues have a real name, a real family, a real life story with real consequences. If planning permission is granted, Breedon will return to full employment and as a result, maximise our contribution to the local economy. I'd also like to echo what Ben Richardson said a few moments ago, in that communities and the environmental protection is at the heart of everything we do at Breedon. We are, for example, ISO 14001 accredited. This is part of a family of standards relating to environmental management, which seeks to continue and improve our environmental performance. We're also keen to develop our good neighbour commitment here at Clearwell. To reduce our carbon footprint further and contribute to our
30 seconds, Mike.
Climate change objectives, we're in the process of replacing our HGV fleet to comply with Euro 6 engines. In recognition of the county need for this mineral, as designated as a preferred mineral site in your local mineral plan, together with the local economic and environmental benefits which this extension will provide, I urge you to approve this application today as recommended by your planning officer. Thank you for the opportunity, and I'll be pleased to take any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. I'm just going to pause the meeting just before we come to Richard Crichton. Can I just check? Rob Bird, are you still there?
He's back in, yeah.
You in the meeting? I think you just dropped out. Yeah, Rob's there. That's fine. That's fine. Just making sure everyone's there.
Comfort break.
So it's now Richard Crichton from Newland Parish Council. You there, Richard?
Yes, I am, Simon. Thank you.
Are you ready?
Yeah.
So you've got 5 minutes. Can you start now?
Sure. Councillors, you are required to consider this application based on national and local planning policy, relevant legislation, and with the benefit of advice from experts in their respective fields, of which we have provided an abundance. My comments focus on the Sladbrook Treble SI. The citation by Natural England states, Sladbrook is nationally important for its active tufa-forming stream system. It forms the longest series of tufa dams in Britain, 700 metres. 4 local parish and town councils have all objected to this application, supported by the 3 hydrogeological reports which Newland Parish Council has commissioned. They conclude, quote, the proposed extension of the limestone quarry at Stow Hill is considered to be unsustainable due to the potential medium impacts on the Sladbrook Treble SI. Professor Gunn, the world's leading expert on tufa dams, states in his report, quote, the proposed extension area is in the catchment area of the Sladbrook Springs. Quarrying in this area would pose a very serious risk of damage to the system in the Treble SI. The measures proposed to mitigate against that risk are inadequate and unproven. Natural England and the Environment Agency both originally objected to this proposal. Quote, as submitted, we consider there is a high risk that it will damage or destroy the Treble SI. Following closed door discussions between the applicant and both those authorities, from which we were excluded, they modified their response to, quote, we consider that there is still uncertainty resulting in concern regarding unproven methods of restoration, thus confirming Professor Gunn's concerns. The District Council objects, quote, the scheme would result in significant short and long-term harm to the character and appearance of the landscape. It is judged that the proposal would be contrary to the NPPF. The Wye Valley AONB objects, quote, the Sladbrook is not only an SSI in its own right, but also a tributary of the River Wye Treble SI and special area of conservation. The proposed development fails 3 tests of our development strategy. The Campaign for the Protection of Rural England, quote, we strongly support the precautionary principle. If there is a risk that the current proposals could damage the special features of the Treble SI, then that in itself is a case for refusing consent. Gloucester County Council, your own lead flood authority, in 2017, quote, this development could have significant implications for the management of ground and surface water. Due to the complex nature of this development, we would recommend that you obtain specialist advice. Newland Parish Council has provided that special advice, but it has been ignored. So, to summarise, there is not one single expert who supports this application. On the contrary, they all object, and with very good reasons. It will doubtless be argued that all of these factors can be mitigated by conditions and legal agreements. But let me tell you what regard the applicant has for conditions and other legal obligations. Over recent years, the Health and Safety Executive has issued 4 immediate prohibition notices and 3 enforcement notices in respect of quarries owned by the applicant. On the current site, the conditions relating to the restoration of the worked areas have been completely ignored. These examples show beyond any shadow of a doubt that the company ignores planning and health and safety regulations. The applicant shows a total disregard for the statutory process purely on the grounds of profit. The company has refused to convene the usual 6-monthly liaison group meetings with council for over 2 years and has refused to attend a parish council meeting in 2017 to discuss the proposals. Do you really want this company operating in this county, let alone at this particular site? Turning now to your own policies. In the recently adopted MLP, it states, with reference to proposals affecting the Wye Valley AONB, quote, proposals will only be permitted where it can be demonstrated that they will not prejudice the character of the landscape of the AONB. The AONB boundary is only 700 metres away. I'll remind you of the District Council's response. The MLP also states, with reference to this area, that, quote, avoiding the derogation of the SSSI must be the primary focus. I'll remind you of the concerns of Natural England and the Environment Agency. European Directive 2011/92 is very clear that where any shadow of doubt remains about a proposed development, the precautionary principle must be applied. To summarise previous speakers and our objections, let me remind you that to permit this application would contravene the European Convention on Human Rights, would contravene the precautionary principle, would contravene the NPPF, would conflict with your own recently adopted MLP, would show total disregard for the expert advice provided by Natural England and the Environment Agency and hydrogeological experts and consultants, would ignore the views of the Forest of Dean District Council, and would ignore the views of several parish and town councils and literally hundreds, if not thousands, of local objectors. Please refuse this application. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Harlan on it. Can I just remind people to mute their microphones if they're not speaking? Just getting a little bit of interference there. So just so people are aware, Councillor David Wheeler would have been at the meeting today, but he has some work commitments. So Chris is presenting the presentation on behalf of David. So Chris, are you ready?
I am.
Well, let me just get to my timer, which has done some dark things. Bear with me a sec. Right, Chris, so start when you're ready.
Thank you, Simon. Members, I have been asked to read out District Councillor Wheeler's speech verbatim in his absence on his behalf. Good morning. My name is David Wheeler. I live in Redbrook in the parish of Newland in the Forest of Dean. The quarry, which the application before you today seeks to extend, lies in the parish of Newland. I have been a parish councillor in Newland for some 38 years. I am also a member of the Forest of Dean District Council. I have at various times been a member of the Forest of Dean District Council for 21 years. I am currently a member of the Planning Committee for the Forest of Dean District Council, and I'm currently the chairman of that committee. For avoidance of any doubt, I am speaking to you today as a Newland Parish Councillor and as the ward member on the Forest of Dean District Council, and am not representing either the Forest of Dean District Council or the Planning Committee of that council. Over many years, Stow Hill Quarry has exercised a disproportionate amount of time for Newland Parish Council. I well recall the times in the 1980s and 1990s when the quarry on the northern side of the road ceased operation as a quarry, and plans for the expansion of extraction were passed on land on the southern side of the road with conditions. The current application seeks to further expand this quarry into agricultural land, which forms part of the setting of the Wye Valley area of outstanding natural beauty, which lies only 70 metres away. In doing so, the application seeks to destroy landscape that is of particular value, and crucially will affect a site of special scientific interest, the Toofer Dams on the Slad Brook. This in turn will adversely affect the actual landscape of the AONB. Many of the conditions imposed on the quarry under current permissions have never been adhered to, and I would mention in this regard conditions relating to dust and noise nuisance and landscape renovation and restoration that appear to have been systematically ignored and not enforced by the appropriate planning authorities. The area in which the quarry is set is of particular value both in terms of landscape, geology and geological features. If this application is granted, this landscape value will be destroyed forever and can never be replaced. Yet the landscape of the quarry is also the environment within which ordinary people live. For too many years, the expansion of this quarry has ridden roughshod over the quiet enjoyment of people's lives. The quarry comes far too close to dwellings and makes people's lives intolerable. The hamlets of Stow, Stow Green and Trow Green have been living with this nuisance, to my knowledge, for 38 years, and in all likelihood for far longer. The quarry has currently ceased operation, and no stone is being extracted. It has come to the end of its natural life. It is now time to close this quarry permanently, to enforce conditions relating to restoration of the landscape and allow the whole area to regenerate naturally. Members, I ask you to reject your officer's recommendation and refuse the current application. Yours, Councillor Dave Wheeler, Newland Parish Council, Forest of Dean District Council. Thank you.
Thanks, Chris. So the final person to make a representation is County Councillor Patrick Molyneux. I can see you there, Patrick. Are you ready? Your 5 minutes? You're still muted, Patrick, at the moment. Go on.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, Simon.
Start when you're ready then, Patrick.
Okay. Thank you, Chairman. I'm here this morning as the County Councillor for Sedbury, in which division these quarries are situated. And I'm here to represent the overwhelming, if not unanimous, view of the residents and the local councils who will all be impacted by the expansion of the quarry and extension of its operations. On that basis, I'm here to strongly request that you refuse the application. I will highlight just a few parts of the application and try to underline some of the key issues. The NPPF Chapter 15, Conserving and Enhancing the Natural Environment, at paragraph 170 states the planning decisions should contribute to and enhance the natural and local economy by protecting and enhancing valued landscapes, sites of biodiversity or geological value, recognizing the intrinsic character and beauty of the countryside and the wider benefits from natural capital and ecosystem services, including economic, and minimizing impacts on and providing net gains for biodiversity, preventing new and existing development from contributing to, being put at unacceptable risk from, or being adversely affected by unacceptable levels of pollution or land instability. And development should, wherever possible, help to improve local environmental conditions. Both the Environment Agency and Natural England originally objected to an increase in quarrying on the site. And since rode back from that position, but in a meeting with Newland Parish Council admitted they still had grave concerns. EA stated that Epicast recreation is an unproven mitigation measure and they have concerns this may not work as intended, with the potential for irreversible impact. Any objected on to the proposal on similar grounds. They also considered there to be a high risk that the proposal would damage or destroy the interest features which Sladbrook SSI has been notified. Their objection was based on the grounds there would be impacts on hydrology, epicast restoration, inability of monitoring to adequately protect Sladbrook SSI, and the inability of restoration to repair damage. In other words, once it's gone, it's gone. As you all know, this site is an extremely sensitive location. On the edge of the AONB is bounded by Sladbrook, the SSI, of international importance that has taken millions of years to form. One mistake, one miscalculation, and it will be destroyed forever. The site also nestles in the heart of some of the forest's finest tourist attractions and amenities. Puzzlewood, the Tudor Farmhouse, St Breville's, Clearwell Castle, Clearwell Caves, to mention just a few. Hundreds, if not thousands, of local tourism jobs are completely dependent on the quality of the landscape and the environment of the area. I must say, Chairman, I've given NPPF Chapter 15 and the concerns of the EA and NE, amongst many more. I was a bit surprised that the committee did not have the opportunity to have a site visit to properly understand how the quarry sits within the local area and the potential impact it would have. NPPF Chapter 17, facilitating the sustainable use of minerals, of paragraph 2 or 3, states that it is essential that there is a sufficient supply of minerals. However, this application would provide just 4 years' supply of rock and minerals, hardly a sustainable development. Paragraph 205 states that when determining planning applications, great weight should be given to the benefits of mineral extraction, including the economy. Yet, as we've heard, there are only 36 good jobs and important jobs, but just 36 jobs provided for just the 4 or 5 years of extraction, and there would be very minimal, if any, additional benefits to the local economy. From an economic point of view, these benefits, I do not believe, outweigh the risk this application poses. This proposal would also in my opinion, have a substantial impact on the landscape. A prominent ridge would become a hole surrounded by bunting, all of which would be visible from the two main tourist routes connecting Chepstow and Lydney to Colford and the Forest of Dean. This will not create the sort of gateway and welcome to the Forest of Dean that will enhance its reputation as one of the most beautiful parts of our country. So you're asked to jeopardise local tourism and put at risk some of our greatest natural wonders, such as Slad Brook, from irrevocable damage and harm, all to extract just 4 years minerals with absolutely no discernible benefit to the local economy and certainly not for the environment. The precautionary principle should be applied. So please refuse this application, or at the very least, postpone the decision so you can have a site visit and see for yourselves the impact this proposal would have on our beautiful area. Thank you.
Thank you, Patrick. So that brings us to the end of public representations and other representations. Chair, did you want to...
I just wanted a clarification from legal in relation to something that was said earlier in the piece. Martin, in relation to...
Martin, are you there?
I am, yes.
Did you is there something that you wanted to say about a reference to the applicant?
Yes, yes, Chairman, thank you. Good afternoon, members. It was just in relation to comments that were made in public speaking about the identity of the applicant and their previous enforcement history. Our advice is that that's not material to your consideration. You're looking at the application before you and the recommended conditions in section 106 in the officer report. So if you just bear that advice in mind, please.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Martin. So Martin Evans is our legal advisor for the committee. The chair is planning to take a 5-minute comfort break, but when we return, just to give the members notice of what will happen next, it'll be member questions, and it's my intention to work through the membership of the committee alphabetically, starting with Councillor Rob Bird on questions. So, Chair, if you're comfortable with a break and we reconvene at 12:10.
I was going to suggest 12:10 and not 5:05, yeah, but which gives us about 10 minutes, yep.
Simon, it's Pam.
Yes.
Shall I just leave the screen as it is?
Yeah. So what, can I ask that?
I came out of it, I couldn't get back in.
Yeah, so were you out of the meeting then, Pam?
No, I just stood up.
Oh, so you've been present throughout and you've been able to listen to all the contribution?
Oh, absolutely, yes.
Yes, so just confirming that you've been able to do that. So what will be a good idea for members is please don't log out. Probably a good idea, because people on YouTube don't necessarily want to see you having your coffee and tea and so on, you can see that you can turn your video off, which is the second button in from the left, and you should already be muted. So if you could do that, and I would say to the members of the public and others that have joined us, it's now your choice. We're happy for you to come back in afterwards. It's a good idea if you turn your video off, probably from this point onwards, or you can just watch the meeting on YouTube, and there's a link on the homepage of the County Council to make it easy for you to go there. It's entirely up to you, but if you're continuing to be in this WebEx session, then could you just turn your video off from this point on? So we'll reconvene at 12:10. Thanks very much. So we're getting members back. It is 12:10. So if members can turn their videos back on, we'll do a little roll call just to make sure we've got everyone before we move into questions. So are we still live on YouTube? We're just checking with Nigel.
Yes.
Thanks, Nigel. So we're live on YouTube. So I can see Bernie. Bill's here. I can see Simon Wheeler. I can see David Brown and Stephen Hurst, Steve Robinson, Rob Bird.
Sean.
I can see Sean Parsons.
Yeah, Sean.
I can see Dr. John Caldwell.
David. Graham.
I've got David. I'm just looking for Graham. Graham, you're back on. Yeah, Graham's there.
Bottom right.
So just looking for Pam is having a cup of tea. She's there. That's good. Robert Vines. Yeah, I can see Robert. That's good. And that's everyone. We've got a roll call of everyone. So the next stage of the meeting will be to go into members' questions, and I'm going to go to each of you in turn, starting with Robert. But just so that members got an opportunity to ask other questions if they need to a little later. Just if you look at the controls on your screen, if you tap the screen, if you're using your iPad, or tap the keyboard if you're on another device, you can see in the middle there is what looks like a person. There's a little outline of a body. And if you go on to that, you will see at the bottom that you can raise your hand. So I will go round, so each of you will get a turn to ask questions, but if there's another question that you want to ask, could you use that facility? And then once you've spoken, can you just go back in again? And I know it's a bit of a fuss, but you need to lower your hand. And I'll be able to see your hands going up and your hands going down. As before, can everyone stay on mute unless they are speaking? And for members of the public that are still in the meeting, or those people that made representations, you're welcome to stay in the WebEx session, but you cannot at this stage make any further contribution. So, Chair, if you're comfortable, shall we start with questions? And it's Councillor Rob Bird, first of all.
Okay, thank you, Simon. I don't have a technical question to officers. I have a legal question. You noticed that I wasn't. You couldn't see me for a while, and there's a reason for that. My internet went down, and I was therefore, for however long it was, a few minutes, unable to connect. Now, so my question is, therefore, can I continue to take part in this committee meeting?
So, Rob, can you just say which part did you not hear?
Nick Dunn, the planning consultant representing the applicant, was starting to speak when my internet failed.
Right. Okay. And did you rejoin towards the end of that?
The next person I heard speaking was the representative of Newland Parish Council.
Right. Okay. So, would you do you feel that you would like to listen to that again?
What, to the representation from Mr. Dunn? I don't think it's critical to my understanding of the application.
because what we can do is we can actually send the representation to you now, because we have the whole thing in writing, and we can send that to you by email so that you can read it.
Okay.
So that will, and that is verbatim for what.
Fair enough.
So Andy, are you? Apologies for the delay. But make sure we get this right. So, are you able to send that to Rob? And I'll just check with Martin.
Yeah, I'm just going to refer to Martin for advice, please, Simon.
Yeah. So, Martin, would you be comfortable with that?
Yeah, through you, Chairman. I think if a councillor has missed part of a presentation, then the usual rules is that it can still continue to ask questions and enter and make comments, but not vote. But I think the solution that's just been put forward is that it's sent in writing to Councillor Bird to read, gets round that issue. So if that can be done, I'm happy for Councillor Bird to continue and to be able to vote.
Yeah. So we will do that. We will do that immediately, Rob, so that you have it, and then we can come back to you once we've gone through all the other members for questions. We'll come back to you at the end if there's anything that you want to raise. Is that you comfortable with that, Councillor Bird?
Yes, thank you. Yeah.
Right. Okay. So we will do that now. So Andrea will get that on its way. So the next
Simon.
Yeah.
Sorry, can I just confirm, if I send Councillor Bird Nick Dunn's speech and Mike Young's speech, then
those two are the ones that missed.
Rob.
We have them just for members of the public that are watching on YouTube. All of the people that made representations submitted them beforehand in writing. So we are able to share that exactly what was said in writing to Councillor Bird, and we will do that now.
Sorry, Simon, can I just clarify, Councillor Bird, did you hear all of the parish council's representation as well, or would you like me to send that too?
No, I heard everything that the person representing Newland Parish Council said, yes.
Thank you very much. Okay, those two speeches now.
Yeah, okay. So so it's Councillor David Brown. Any questions?
Yes, thank you, Simon. I mean, there's a lot of passion here on both sides, of course, from the staff at the quarry, but also something John, the second objector mentioned, was it John James?
John James.
Yeah. He repeated several times about human health. Now, I'd actually made a note about that myself before he spoke, regarding air quality and dust management, which I think is mitigated on site. And I respect the views of our air management consultant, county air quality advisor, sorry. But I'm just wondering about the effect on air quality away from the site with the HGV movements. Now, there's something in the deluge of information we've been sent about there being 2.2 million truck movements. I'm just wondering, is there going to be any increase or decrease in the number of HGV movements? And I did hear a comment that engine type was being improved, presumably for ecological reasons. But can somebody give me a feel about how this application will change the environmental aspect as far as air quality away from the site?
So we can go to Jason as the case officer, and I think we've also got Jenny Spencer as the air quality advisor available as well. So did you want to? Is there anything you wanted to say, Jason, as case officer?
Yeah, I'll adjust a couple of points Councillor raised. In regard to vehicle movements, there is to be no increase in vehicle movements. That stays the same. And then in regard to carbon emissions and so forth, I'm just going to double check. If you go, it's in the report under page 165, and the applicant has committed that they are in the process of updating their fleet. and they are going to update them to, I'm just going to find the paragraph, the relevant European standard, which reduces the carbon emissions from their fleet, and it specifically was, as we mentioned it in the report, related to the Lydney AQMA, which has been raised as a concern in the past about reducing the levels. So again, it was a factor in the proposal to try and get the fleet updated with these new emissions. So I will try and find the paragraph in the report for you. Yes, here it is. It's in paragraph 7326 on page 166 of the report, and it refers they are to conform to Euro 6 standards, which is a European Union directive to reduce harmful pollutants from vehicle exhaust to reduce their air carbon emission level outputs. Do you need any more information? I can refer to the air consultants.
So, Jenny, are you on the line? Are you, Jen? I'm just seeing if Jenny Spencer is the air quality advisor.
If she wants to.
Is there anything you want to add?
Jenny here. No, I have nothing to add. It was clear in the documentation that there would be no increase in vehicle movements above how the quarry has been operating to date, and that we were welcoming the applicants' proposals to upgrade their vehicle fleet as appropriate. So I didn't have anything additional to add, no.
Okay, thanks, Jen. So David.
Yes, thank you for that. That helps.
Right, okay. Dr. John Caldwell, Vice Chair of the committee.
Thank you, Simon. The Minerals Local Plan was only adopted in March this year, and therefore is as up to date as it possibly could be. It went through a rigorous consultation process prior to its adoption, and it includes allocation site 01, of which the current application site is part. Has not the principle of development here therefore been dealt with, and it is now down to considering the details of the proposed development here and the conditions that have to be applied to it?
Yes, that is the case, John, yes.
Thank you.
Anything else, John?
No, that's fine for the moment.
Okay, Councillor Bernie Fisher. Bernie.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I'd like to hear more, preferably from Professor Gunn, about the 106 agreement, a 12-month testing effort, the cost of it. Is it a tried process? Will it work? Have we confidence that it will work? And if it doesn't work, where do we go? One other thing, just on something that David Brown brought up, they say the vehicle movements will not increase, but along with all commercial vehicles, sizes have increased. Now, I know there's a 7.5 ton weight limit round by their entrance to their establishment. You know, the roads there are of a nature that will not take very HGVs. Not the number of movements, but the size of the vehicles. This is illustrated when you see tractors on the road nowadays. They become enormous, and so have vehicles. So the movements may not alter, but the size and the damage they are doing to the environment by their sheer size and volume would be increased, I believe.
Question.
I'll respond first, Councillor, to the monitoring scheme, and then I can refer to Professor Gunn. The principle behind the requirement is that they will be trial be a trial area. So it'll be an area of the site which will be restored to the proposed epicast, and then that will be monitored for 12 months. Now, fundamentally, that's a very important part of the proposal, because that 12 months worth of monitoring will then determine how the proposal goes ahead, because there'll be an agreed scheme. So within that, there'll be certain criteria, which again is to be addressed by the condition, and that criteria will have to be met before the applicant could continue if they wanted to extract or carry out the further activities on the site. So it's fundamental to the proposal, and it is conditioned that they would have to do 12 months worth of monitoring. Now, what I'd say is that 12 months is what they'll have to do to start off with. You may find they may have to do more than 12 months, depending on what the data produces. So the actual details still to be decided via condition, but that is the purpose of it. It is to demonstrate that, or try and show that the proposed restoration will work and what effects it could have on the water flows and the SSI. And then through chair, I can refer to Councillor Gunn if he wants to make any further comments.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, I slightly missed that. Did you ask for me?
Yes, Councillor Gunn. Yes, sorry.
I don't think I'm a councillor yet.
So. Sorry.
Okay. Right. I'm just very slightly contradicting Jason, but the key thing is, if you look at condition 71, that's on page 190 of Jason's document, and that says in the current wording, prior to commencement of mineral extraction. And forgive me, because this is my understanding, and if I've not got things quite right, then somebody I'm sure will correct me. But prior to commencement of mineral extraction, i.e. before anything starts in the extension area, a scheme of trials will be submitted and approved. So step one is to have a scheme of trials. Those trials will then be overtaken over a period of at least 12 months. So we've got a 12-month period before any extraction takes place in the new area. And what we mean by lysimeter trials, these are a series of experiments, of which there will be 10, and they'll have different combinations of materials in them. And the idea is basically to have a look at what the carbon dioxide in the soil in each of these trials, and what the water quality that's coming out the bottom is. And basically we can set some target value. We can say, okay, what's the soil carbon dioxide in a natural soil in the area, and how much of these solutes is there in the water in the natural epicast? And then what we've got to do is to say, can we achieve that water quality and that carbon dioxide? And if we can achieve that, then that is going to go a substantial way towards mitigating the removal of epicast from the extension area. And as Jason said, we basically, if we can't achieve those concentrations, then we have to have a new series of trials until we can actually demonstrate that removing the new epicast from the extension area will be mitigated against by construction of a new epicast within the quarry. And that's as I understand that condition.
Okay, thanks, Professor Gunn. Can I just, Martin, our legal advisor, is there? I can see you've got your hand up. Did you want to just come in?
Simon, sorry, it's been covered already.
Right. Okay, you're comfortable. That's
I'll take my
fine.
hand then.
And I respond to Councillors, other comments in regard to the HGVs. At the moment, there is no condition in place restricting the size of the HGVs. But also, you could say there is no proposal to increase the size of the HGVs.
So Bernie, is there anything else you wanted to ask in response to those answers?
Yeah, I've heard what said, Professor Gunn, but nobody really said, is this a tried and tested method, and has it been used before, or is it purely experimental?
It's very experimental.
It's purely experimental, and these would be important trials because, yes, this is not a tried and tested technique. I should add actually that my way back in time, my doctoral research was on the Epicast, so I know a reasonable bit about the Epicast, and I think it's an interesting idea, but I've yet to be convinced that it will work. So I've tried. I made suggestions to Natural England about how the condition could be worded, and I'm very happy with the wording on that condition.
But thank you for that. You made it for me. Thank you very much.
So we'll move on to Councillor Stephen Hurst. Stephen.
Thank you, Chair. I've really had some doubts about this application, and they were really centered around noise of the operation, the air quality in the surrounding communities, the harm for the landscape, and really the very fact that they're going to have a trial period should convince me, yay or nay. But then again, Councillor Molyneux came up with the suggestion that we have a site visit. Is that possible? Could we have a site visit at this point in time?
Yeah, I was going to pick that up, and I suspect officers will come in anyway. Of course, in an ideal world, we would have had a site visit, but it's not mandatory. It would have been ideal. That's why I think the officer went to such great lengths with his photography and his presentation. But as it stands legally, we're not bound to do a site visit on any application, much like the past application we did last month.
This one,
I don't know whether legal will want to follow that up, or perhaps even Kevin.
Shall I go first, Chair? Thank you, Simon. Thank you, Chair. Yeah, as you say, there's no legal requirements to undertake a site visit. Obviously, it's a matter for members as whether you feel that from the presentation and the information you've been provided, you and particularly the photographs of the site and the plans that you were shown, that you have sufficient information in front of you now to determine the application. Obviously, there are practical issues with doing site visits at the moment, but that could be overcome if members wanted to go down that route. But it's a matter for members as to whether they feel that they've got sufficient information in any event. And I suppose the question would be, what more would members get from a site visit? You know, what would
let me explain
specifically would you be going to see? I mean, that's
explain. This is such a large site, and we are relying on people to tell us what's black, or we're relying on people to tell us what's white, and you use your own judgment to see which you think black is correct or white is correct. But the deciding factor to me is what's happening on the ground.
Okay.
Okay.
Did you want me to say something?
Kevin, is there anything you wanted to make a comment?
I think to some extent Martin's covered most of it. Just to remind members, the site visits are they're not for debate. We go to sites. They are obviously useful. There's a purpose to do them, but we go there to point out salient features. There's no discussion. The private meetings of the members. At present, we obviously got these government regulations to allow us to press ahead and make decisions through remote meetings. So, legally, we are covered through that process. But yeah, really, we've got an extensive presentation. It's, as Martin said, it's a matter for members to decide whether they have sufficient through the report, through the presentation of what they heard on the day, as to whether they can make a decision or whether, they want to move a motion on that.
Okay, thank you.
It's probably worth saying, Chair, as well, the Local Government Association, the LGA, is discouraging councils from holding physical meetings. Certainly they take legal advice, certainly not within council offices. So we should be trying to make decisions through this virtual means and not having gatherings of members because it's very much against what the government's trying to do at the moment in terms of discouraging people coming together.
But wouldn't you say this will take place outside? There will not be more than 10 of us, maybe. Both of those fall within health guidelines, don't they?
Difficult. One, of course, normally we would use a bus to go on a site visit. We couldn't do that unless we had a very big bus with the distance in that we're supposed to maintain. There are, but I don't know. Given what Simon just said, and what the officer has just said, what would we seek to do by going on a actual site visit? What would be? What do you feel you haven't got in this?
Well, I haven't seen any deposits of calcium on nearby countryside. I haven't heard of the noise of the process. I haven't seen the amount of traffic that this development causes, and I really haven't seen properly what harm to the landscape occurs.
There are a couple of things in there, of course. At the moment, with it not operating, there are things that we couldn't see anyway. I'll take your point about the landscape, but you won't see vehicle movements if the quarry isn't operating.
Quite right. Yeah, quite true.
And that goes for the other point made as well.
I don't know whether Jason would want to come in there.
Yeah.
Terms of, because I don't think the quarry's not so you wouldn't actually be able to see plants in operation as such, would you?
No, well, that was my thinking. If it's not operating,
But
what are we going to see? Jason, can you add anything?
Yeah, I mean, in regard to operation of the quarry, as I understand it, the extraction has been postponed in Stow Hill Quarry. There is limited, I think, ancillary operations going in within the Clearwell related to the concrete activities on Clearwell Quarry. So again, there'll be very limited vehicle movements. So again, if you did want to go and have a look, you would be looking purely at, I'd say, sort of landscape issues from various views. And in regard to the calcium actual 2/3 of view, it's not that accessible, to be honest with you. I'm not sure how members would be able to get down to view it in person.
Okay.
Did we not hear from an objector that there were calcium deposits all over the place?
I'm not sure. I mean, specifically what we refer to as in the Twyford dams is in a particular area where the brook sort of forks in two directions, and that is particularly the Twyford that I've seen. So that's particularly the Twyford that generally people refer to when they refer to do. And they said it's down by their sites. It's not that accessible. You'd have to walk there, and they said it's not. As I recall, I have seen it. It's not the easiest place to get to, but I'm not trying to discourage it. I'm just trying to the fact that it's not literally. There's no like footpath. You can just walk down to it. I'm trying to say.
Okay. However, I am comforted by the fact that of these 12-month trials, which if we have the right performance indicators in place, that will give us an ideal view, objective view of what is going on there and how harmful or how harmless it is.
Yeah, yes.
That's perfect.
Okay, Stephen, no further questions?
No, I will mute myself.
Okay, thank you. So Graham, Councillor Graham Morgan.
I got a couple of questions, Chair. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, Graham.
Yeah, it's the first one is partly answered by Professor Gunn, but are we actually saying that no extraction will take place until these trials have been concluded? You know, as to their success. So what are we talking about? No start on the extension or no extraction at all. That's one question. My second question was, is there any plans to cover the open primary crusher? And is there any plans to cover over the conveyor that sends the stuff into Clearwell for the main crushers?
Well, I'll respond to your first question, Graham.
Yeah.
You've to condition 71. I'm just going to double check it before I respond to make sure I give you the correct response.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, as I understand it, the way the condition is worded, it's prior to commencement of a mineral extraction that the approved scheme for Evercast trial shall be submitted and approved in writing. Trials be yeah, according to the approved scheme, will extend over a period of 12 months. And within that, those requirements, as I understand it, that they would not be able to extract, but go into the extraction area until the criteria of that monitoring trials is met. So there will be criteria that will be met with Natural England and contributing. I'm not a technical expert in this field, but there will be criteria. And I said, if there are any signs that the trials with a negative effect or anything, they would not be able to commence extraction. That is to say, so it's sort of beginning of the safeguards. I said, Professor Gunn may be able to give a bit more detail on that.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. I think the key is actually the very last sentence in that condition, which says, no mineral extraction shall commence until the reported monitoring data from the Epicast trials have been approved by the Mineral Planning Authority. So as I understand it, trials will take place, they will provide data, and when that monitoring data is approved to be satisfactory, then the Mineral Planning Authority can say, yes, the trials have been undertaken, they've provided the reassurance we needed, therefore mineral extraction can take place. But if those trials do not result in the relevant amounts of solute and carbon dioxide, effectively, this would be a block on the actual extraction taking place. It's a very crucial condition in there.
And with regard to your second question, Graham, you refer to condition 10 of the proposal. There is a requirement there that the crusher, they're proposing to enclose it using cladding and various other improvements to the plant. And there's also the requirement through other conditions in relating to dust mitigation and noise mitigation. So again, these are the sorts of things that we talked about in the past, that these are improvements that we are expecting from the applicant to do in order for them to proceed with the development if they are so granted. And again, this one is prior to commencement of extraction again. So they wouldn't be permitted to extract any material until they satisfy the MPA that they had the relevant mitigation in place, and said that we looked at lots of different ways, but specifically they have said that they are going to improve the environmental protection of the crusher specifically and the screener. So yes, it is something that is being proposed.
Okay, thank you for that, Jason.
All right, great.
Anything else, Graham?
No, that's it from me, Tat.
For now, okay. Councillor Sean Parsons. Sean.
Thank you very much. My question is one of process, actually. I don't think I've ever seen a planning application with so many conditions and extensive conditions extending over such a long period of time. And with a lot of them having come back to the Mineral Authority, i.e. ourselves, County Council. What I'm really interested in is, will those actually come back to the committee? Because it seems to me they're very fundamental, some of these, and that they should be coming back to the committee, albeit in a year's time or whenever the trials are complete.
In response to that, Sean, generally no. Generally, we would just deal with the compliance of those conditions, and then we would go to the relevant technical advisors for their compliance. But if you recall, we have done it previously with the Spratsgate Lane application. We did come back to committee for comments on certain conditions. Now, in relation to this application, I would think taking all of the conditions back would be quite a task and extremely time consuming, considering that we would just be asking for comments from committee. But if there was anything specific, I will take advice from legal or Kevin, but we have done it in the past, yes, with Spratsgate. We did take one particular condition back to members for comments. We got the advice from the technical advisors. We took that advice for members for them to contribute again, and if the advisors then could take those comments into consideration.
So I think that I'll accept the point that not every single one need to come back, but I think some of them are very fundamental. For instance, the one which we've been mostly talking about now, which is the one about the Episcop. So I think it's sensible that some of them, the ones which are very fundamental to it all, do actually come back to the committee. But that'll be for the next stage of this meeting. Yeah.
Sure.
Thank you for the clarification.
Sean, can we just get Martin to come in there as well as the legal advisor?
Yes, I've got nothing really to add to what Jason has just said. I mean, it's a matter, if members do feel that certain conditions they need to see again, comment on before they're discharged, then I think that is within the gift of the committee to do that. But as Jason has warned you, you need to be perhaps a limited number of conditions or just the critical conditions. There's so many conditions on the recommendation that need to be discharged that it would just be a huge burden to bring them all back. So perhaps identify, like maybe condition 71 that are critical.
Okay. So you're happy, Sean?
I'm happy with that. I haven't yet identified the ones which I'd like to come back, but I've only really identified a couple.
Think about that.
It's getting. I just want to understand the principle of it rather than the absolute detail.
Yeah. So the next councillor is Councillor Steve Robinson. Steve.
Thank you, Chair. I've got a couple. One is mostly been answered by the answer to Councillor Morgan, but the crusher then will stay in Clearwell. And that will be all that will stay there eventually, because all the other buildings will be taken away. So the crusher will stay in Clearwell. Is that what I understand to be correct?
No. Basically, the principal crusher is in Stowe Hill Quarry.
Right.
Located within the pit. As I think I showed you in one of the slides, it's not very visible because it's quite low. It's not actually visible from where I could take the photographs from. What they are proposing is that there will be improvements to that crusher. It will be enclosed more. They're also attaching, it's like there's going to be a screener attached, which is being taken out of Clearwell Quarry and being attached to the primary crusher. This again, and that will be enclosed. The purpose of that, one of the purposes of that, is to reduce dust levels created at Clearwell. So again, it's aimed at one of those environmental improvements the applicant has mentioned, I've included in the report, to try and reduce the impact of dust on nearby residents. The other plants will stay in situ in Clearwell, but again, only for the period of the extraction. So ultimately, if members were so minded to approve this, you're looking at an 8-year period from the date of development, not commencement of extraction, date of commencement of development, to Clearwell being fully restored, and that would involve the dismantling and the removal of all the plants. That is what's being proposed.
Thank you.
Jason, just to clarify something you said then, you said there was the dust preventer coming from Clearwell. Did you mean Stowe Hill Quarry?
No. This at the moment the screen is in Clearwell Quarry. They are moving it. They're attaching it to the primary crusher. It'll be improved. It'll be enclosed. So it's
Hill Quarry.
It's contributing to some of the historic dust issues from Clearwell Quarry. This is being done to try and address that, i.e. reducing the dust coming from Clearwell, and it will be an improved screen in Stowe Hill again, reducing the potential amount of dust created. So it's being put forward as a positive.
Could I just ask through you, Chair, then to Jason that so that Clearwell, everything in Clearwell at the end of the process will be reinstated to completely.
Yes, that is part of the application. It's for 8 years, from start to finish, and after those 8 years, it says it's clear. I can't go through it, but it's outlined the timetables in the report. And after the 8 years, yes, Clearwell will be fully restored, and all the plant would be removed, and that's including. Now there's going into a bit more detail. There are some. At the moment, there are some auxiliary operations in the quarry regarding to the concrete in that, but again, they will be addressed via the final restoration scheme for Clearwell Quarry. So again, that's something to be finalised if the scheme will be totally returned, or you may have something auxiliary going on the site. But the proposal at the moment is to restore the site. We said the final restoration of Clearwell is still to be submitted for approval.
All right, thank you.
The main plant will be removed, to answer your question.
Yeah, thank you. And just one other one was that you mentioned about the footpath, and it might seem nothing much, but as a county councillor, I've had more dealings with people with complaints in footpaths during the lockdown in 3 months than I've had in 3 years that I've had to contact the Pro officer. So you mentioned about a movement, but it hasn't moved. It's not going to be done away with. It's going to be moved, the footpath, but that's still to be decided upon. Is that correct?
Yes, I will try and find the paragraph. It goes into a bit more detail in my report. Basically, what is being planned is the applicant will apply to the rights of way to divert the footpath that goes across the extension area. And if my memory serves me right, I think the plan is, as part of the final restoration scheme, is to reconnect the footpath to where it is originally. I think is the proposal, but again, it hasn't been finalised by the public rights of way. They've had discussions with the applicant. They were in favour of what was being proposed, but the applicant hasn't actually formally applied to the rights of way team for the diversion, as I understand it. But it does say in the report that on the discussions they have had, public rights of way were in favour of what was being proposed.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Simon.
Okay, thanks, Steve. So it's Councillor Pam Tracy next. Pam, any questions?
Excuse me. Well, I think Steve answered all the all the questions I was going to ask. But first of all, I'm just going to say thank you again, Jason, for a very accurate and detailed report. But my question I wrote down earlier on when it started was the crusher and the noise, etc., and obviously the dust and everything else. But I did see in the plans that it was being reinstated with a new one. So all those questions has probably been answered before. There was just something I picked up on that crusher when you mentioned the tunnel. I wasn't too sure if I got that right when it said, and it goes through the tunnel under there and back. I wasn't too sure, and that's one question. And then what else I would have done is, and I think that's been answered too, when if it didn't get planning consent, what would then really happen with the site? Would everything be left there? And, would it be derelict and overgrown? And I think that would be worse for the residents and, I'm worried about that outcome. But a lot of questions, what was asked, is already been asked. So just a little thing about the tunnel and transport. But I can't believe it's the same amount of transport going in. But I'm glad they are probably investing in a new fleet. Environment friendly. So I hope that is all right. I might have to hop up again because my computer's running out of time on here. So shall I, I'll just leave it at that and you can just answer that. Thanks, Simon.
Okay, thanks.
Respond to your questions, Pam. Right, in regard to the crusher, yes, basically the way it works is the primary crusher is connected to a conveyor belt. The stone is then taken on the conveyor belt through a tunnel underneath the road into Clearwell, into the plant. So that's how it operates. And again, the proposal is to make some improvements to that conveyor to try and mitigate dust again. And we go to the restoration, a bit of a complicated one. There's basically a restoration scheme in place for Stow Hill Quarry under the original application, which is DF 2238X, and there's also now a restoration scheme potentially in place under the variation application of 17-110, but that is subject to a section 106 agreement. So the fallback position is potentially the original restoration scheme for Stow Hill, which the applicant would have to implement, but I think it's noted that does not provide the same biodiversity gain than what is being proposed. So the fallback is potentially DF-2238 or the variation if the applicant was so minded to implement that consent, but they would have no obligation to implement that consent. So at the moment, the fallback would be the original restoration scheme for 2238.
Okay, Pam. Pam, if you're running low on power there.
Well, it's gone to 31 now, but I'm all right. I can still get.
Right. If you need to, we don't want to lose you. You see.
No, I'll just run out and get the plug again.
Do you want to? If you want to do that, we will. We will make sure we wait.
Yeah, I was in the wrong drawer. I went to pick it up, then I come back. Come on here.
Apologies, but we just need to keep Pam in the room while we carry on.
No, I'm here. I'm here.
Right, so you can hear what's going on. That's fine. So we'll.
I can hear what's going on. I just.
Yeah, you can hear going. That's fine. So, Councillor Robert Vines. Robert. Go on, Robert. You're still muted. Yeah, we can hear you now.
Unfortunately, the way of doing business like this, when you're near at the end of the alphabet, all of the easy and clever questions have already been asked. I've made a note of most of the answers.
Yeah, I agree.
I won't waste any of your time trying to concoct one that's already been asked. So yeah. I've had my go. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Robert. So, Councillor Simon Wheeler. Simon.
Right. Yes. Thanks also to Rob Vines. A similar sort of comment, but Yes, I had a question about the footpath. Thanks, Stephen. That's been covered. Another one, which I'm sure you'd be covering later in the meeting anyway, was just about what we get to vote on. Based on the comment that was made right at the beginning, I would ask, is our vote either to refuse or, if we're minded to permit, is this going to the Secretary of State? More important question at this point. A number of the speakers were talking about toxic dust. I accept that any material we inhale, other than maybe oxygen and maybe a bit of nitrogen, it is hazardous to our health. But is this dust actually toxic, i.e. poisonous, is one question. And also we've been given images of extremely large dumps of dust on cars and things. Is this a historic one-off, or is this something that happens on a regular basis? Because I think that is, I know these are uncorroborated, these are just pictures that have been sent and haven't come through you, so it's probably rather a difficult one to answer. I think I've got a few comments to make, but that's for later on.
Simon, on that.
Sorry?
Just Case Officer Jason to come back, and he can refer to Jenny Spencer as
I will respond to your third question first, Councillors. I can respond to that one. In regard to dust and pictures of dust on cars and that, historically there have been issues with dust on the site. Things, I believe, have improved over recent years, but I'd say again, what we are considering is this application, and within this application, they are proposing improvements to the plants, working operations, and again, I will refer you to the conditions. There is the requirement of a dust management plan to be submitted.
Yeah.
That dust management plan is quite detailed in the requirements. And again, if they do not submit a suitable dust management plan that we various technical experts feel is appropriate, they will not be able to commence. So I'll refer you to that for question 3. The first question I would refer to Martin, and I think the second question I would refer to Jenny.
Yeah, I do have one more question to ask, fairly minor, if I can put that in case it's the same person asking. A number of people were referring to the visual aspect of this, and looking at the OS map, I really can't see how it varies from what's there currently, insofar that there is only something like, less than a 20-metre drop from the south boundary to the north boundary, which was, what was the name of this? Shophouse Farm. So if anyone could let me know what this big difference is between what objectors feel was going to be different from what's already there, that would be of some help. But other than that, that's all the questions I've got.
Probably Jason first, yeah?
Yeah, if I refer then to Martin to deal with the first question.
Yeah, thank you through you, Chair. Just to be clear, the recommendation from your officers isn't changing. It's to approve the application subject to prior completion of the Section 106 agreement. Obviously, it's down to members whether you accept that recommendation or not, or move something else. In terms of the Secretary of State's involvement, they could have issued a holding direction to us not to grant permission until they'd determined whether to call the application in. They haven't done that, but what they have requested is that they're notified if the committee are minded to go with the officer recommendation. And as Kevin Phillips said at the start, if that is the committee's decision, it's going to be at some time before the actual planning permission goes out the door, because of the need to negotiate and sign the Section 106 agreement. So the Secretary of State will be notified if members go with the officer recommendation, and will have time to consider whether to call it in or not. So the recommendation stays the same.
Okay, thanks, Martin. So it's Jenny Spencer, the Air Quality Advisor, next. You there, Jenny?
Good afternoon. Commenting back on Councillor Vine's question regarding the dust, I would comment, I'm not a public health expert to comment on the toxicity of any dust that may be raised from quarrying. So I'll not make comment on that, but I would refer to paragraphs 7.16 and 7.122 of Jason's report, which 7.16 indicates that both Public Health England and the Public Health representative from the County Council were consulted on this application and made no comment. And paragraph 7.122 shows that on a previous application for extension of quarrying, it was determined that a public health impact assessment was not required. And there's plenty of quarries that can operate well, and there's a good proposal for dust management going forward. And so going forward, it's our opinion that any dust control will be appropriate, and the mitigation plan will have to be approved in advance of work commencing.
Okay, thanks, Jenny. So Jason, back to you.
Yeah, and I'll refer the councillor's last question to Wendy. Comments on the visual impact.
So Wendy Richard is the infrastructure advisor from Acton.
Yes.
Hi,
Can see you, yeah. You can hear me.
You can hear me?
Yeah.
So in line with all the information that's come in with the application from the applicant, the visual impact has been assessed, and in terms of the landform going forward, the final restoration scheme is really the key thing in terms of making sure that they deliver on the best scheme that we can have in terms of that restoration, which is why it's conditioned quite heavily within the planning permission conditions that Jason's tabled. I'm not sure that answers your question, Councillor Wheeler, but that was the recommendation from all the information that we've assessed to date from the visual impact assessment that has been undertaken. I'm not sure whether, Jason, you can shed any more light on the specifics around the changes currently.
I mean, I'll just again emphasise the fact that we do have conditions relating to landscaping and visual mitigation, and again, those schemes will involve going to the relevant technical advisors for advice. And I'll just say as well that Forest of Dean have mentioned this as one of their grounds for their objection. Well, the Forest of Dean will be consulted as part of the compliance in regard to landscaping and restoration. So again, there will be the opportunity to increase potentially additional planting if the relevant technical thing is required, or if the applicant feels it's required. Yeah, I haven't got much more to say on that one, to be honest.
I think it's fair to say that what we have in front of us at the moment is a very high level in terms of landscape design restoration, and that's why the conditions are so stringent in making sure that the landscape restoration is something that's consulted on with every interested party.
Okay, thanks, Wendy. Simon?
My point wasn't so much about restoration. In effect, that's in the future, and we can always cover that. It was more, I got the impression from some of the objectors that we can accept what's there at the moment because that's not really visible, but this new plot of land, that is very much more visible. And looking at the OS map, I can't see any difference. It's pretty much level. There's only about less than 20 metre drop off from the highest point to the lowest point. So I was just wondering if I'm missing something that makes this piece of land more visible than the other site, which has now been dug out. So obviously it's going to be below ground to some extent. So, but I think you've answered my question, or insofar that you haven't made comments. Otherwise, you'd have been able to say something. It's probably very insignificant.
Okay, Jason, nothing you wanted to say?
No, I said just again that there is the option to. It's not just restoration. There is the option to have landscaping prior to extraction. So again, there is the opportunity there to put additional planting in if the landscape advisor so thought, or if the applicant thought the additional planting would be beneficial sort of during the extraction and not just part of the restoration. Just like to make that point again.
All right, thanks, Jason. So can we just go back to Councillor Rob Berg? So just confirm, Rob, that you've got those documents and you've read them.
Yes, I did, Simon. I have sent Andrew an email confirming that.
All right, thank you. Did you have any questions?
Yeah, I do actually. Thank you. Well, I in some way, like Councillor Vines, I did, and the one in particular has been covered very extensively by Councillor Hurst and questions about site visits, etc. But a couple of others have sprung to mind as I've been listening, and it occurred to me at the outset when we're talking about a period of extraction which has. People have mentioned 4 years or whatever. I wondered why we were going for a full, or why the application was for a full, untime limited permission rather than a temporary permission of the sort that we've done. But when I check now, this is my question. Looking at condition 3 time limit and allied to that condition 13. I guess I have my answer, but I just want to check that with officers, because I think condition 3 says the development permitted shall cease mineral extraction, and then there's a bit about restoration within 6 years. So I guess the effect of the condition is to give a temporary planning permission for a period of time. Is that correct?
Yeah, we've never used the word temporary, but that is how long they said it would take to extract. So they've been very specific in the application on the time limits it would take them to extract the material. So we have conditioned it as per their proposal, and the 6 years basically relates to Stowe Hill. The additional 2 years relates to mainly Clearwell, because of course they're not going to want to take the plants away until they finished the extraction within Stowe Hill. So that's where we got the two times from. But yes, basically, Councillor, that is what the applicant has proposed. So we have conditioned it as per their proposed timings.
Thank you. And one other question. And one of the fundamental grounds for objection that's been advanced here is about landscape harm and its effect. And it links in many ways to the question by Councillor Hurst. But in the, if you like, the summary of as always with these things, it's a balanced judgment, isn't it? And I don't really see what weight you would attach to landscape harm as in planning terms in this context. For this kind of application, we're dealing with an application which is in the minerals local plan. There are various mitigations proposed, but the issue of landscape harm and its how much weight you could attach to that is I'm struggling to find in the balanced judgment, if you like. Perhaps you could address that, please, Jason.
Yeah, I mean, I basically we have taken the advice of our landscape advisors. They've looked into the visual impact. We've taken into consideration the submitted visual impact assessment by the applicant. I think in regard to landscape, it's more to do with the mitigation of the proposal, just to to provide that additional screening that sort of locals and the landscape advisors themselves think is required. I think it's also, again, if I remember rightly, they wanted the proposal is to have a better joined up with the Alls Wood as well. I think it's just basically just, as I said, just provide the better aesthetic view that landscape architects think is appropriate, and including the applicant to say when they did the visual impact assessments.
Okay, thank you. Because I'm going to ask that question because, if this application is to be refused, for example, rather than accepted, there would need to be sound planning reasons to advance to do so. And I guess that, the issue of landscape harm would be the most obvious at the moment that springs to mind. And so it's just to understand the the weight of consideration. So what you're saying is that the view of planning officers is that landscape harm is sufficiently mitigated by the proposals for screening, etc., and on the advice of our landscape consultants and advisors. That's correct? Is that right, Jess?
And there is the opportunity for the actual landscape scheme and the restoration scheme to be formally approved. So again, it's for the applicant then to submit additional plans and say to address some of the issues that Forest Dean District Council have raised from the sustainability team. So it just gives them the opportunity to provide additional landscaping if the relevant technical advisors think it's appropriate.
Thank you, Jason. That covers my questions. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Rob. Dr. John Caldwell, I can see you've got your hand up, John. Do you want to?
I wondered whether you're going to go around a second time or not.
Yeah, but members now I will go over to the chair in a second, but John, did you want to ask your?
Yeah, well, we've dealt with condition 71. If that couldn't be satisfied, wouldn't it be possible for the applicant to come back with an application for 176 metres AOD, because the rest of the quarry has run quite happily with that without affecting the brook?
There's nothing to stop the applicant coming back with another application, John. I wouldn't want to prejudge such application, but yes, to answer your question, yes, they could come back with an application to that depth, but I would refer you to the initial consultation responses from the A&H Lingden, and I said fundamentally they were not in favour of any further extraction. This was, I said, after lengthy negotiations, which again I've tried to address in the report. The applicant put forward proposals that the A&H Lingden found acceptable, subject to those conditions and subject to the 106.
I mean, I was really picking up as well on Pam's point that if condition 71 couldn't be satisfied, then that would be the end of everything, but it wouldn't necessarily be so, because there would be an opportunity for something less to come forward. That was the only point I was making.
Yes, that's correct, yes.
Okay.
Okay.
So comfortable with that, John. So Bernie, you've got I know your hand's down, that's fine. Chair, any questions?
No questions from me, but what I'm proposing now, we've been going hour and 20 minutes in questions. Before we go to debate, I think it's fair that, perhaps not knowing how long the debate is going to take, that we take 5 minutes for a comfort break now and then start again at 1:25.
So members, can you just turn your video off and mute, but don't leave the meeting, okay? That will be good, and we'll be back at 1:25.
Okay, I just want to do a quick round robin to make sure that members are all back in attendance. If admin can do that for me to make sure that everyone's...
we'll do a quick run round then. So I'm just having a quick look now. So Councillor Rob Bird, just checking. You there, Rob? Can't hear Rob at the moment, but we'll just...
So far, Kevin, I've got Councillor Orford, Councillor Parsons, Councillor Fisher, Councillor Brown is back, Councillor Cordwell is back, Councillor Morgan is back, Councillor Tracy is back.
Councillor Steve Robinson's back.
Then I've got Councillor Vines, Councillor Wheeler. Just check.
Just seeing if I can see Councillor Stephen Hurst.
Not at the moment.
Let's just wait for a second.
Councillor Bird is back.
Yeah.
Councillor Hurst is back.
We've got Stephen's back, so that's good. So we've got all the members, Chair.
Okay. Well, thank you then. Obviously, in order to start a debate, we need a proposition. Your recommendation is on page 170, and if need be, I do know we can run on screen, we can run conditions anyway. So I'm looking to members really to start a debate around a proposition.
If you raise your hand in the normal way on there, so I've got Councillor Bernie Fisher. Yeah, Bernie. If you unmute. Hang on then, let's get, yeah, you're good to go, Bernie.
Is it me, yeah?
Yeah.
Right, oh, sorry, right. Let me start at the beginning. It was said about Planning View, but when Stephen Hurst brought it up, that it was a private meeting. It was actually a private meeting where the public can attend. They were not offered that amenity. Now, I have a slight advantage over most of you. I've actually gone and viewed it. I spent Tuesday down at Clearwell, and the visual impact is colossal. You cannot underestimate it. I've been a planning member for many years, both borough and county. The visual impact of this application is great. Also, the impact on the Sladbrook. We've heard from Professor Gunn that the S106, there is a great risk or doubt that what is proposed will actually give us a result. Now, we can't ask for the proposal to be amended. We've got to vote on what is in front of us today. So the 106 is very vital, but from the leading expert, it seems to be not very, it won't give us a result, in his opinion. And he has the most informed opinion of any of us here today. I visited the site. I walked the footpath, which runs adjacent to the quarry. I spent a lot of time there. Whilst I was there, where the crushing plant is now, where the main offices and that are, where the gates are shut, there is a 7.5 ton weight limit. I was amazed to see a lorry coming from the 7.5 ton weight limit that was well over the top, but it belonged to the people who were the applicant. It was emblazoned down the side. So that sort of gave me the impression that people disregard that sort of thing. And we know as councillors, the enforcement of weight limits is very difficult and seldom done. I can't remember reading where somebody has been done for breaking a weight limit in Gloucestershire for a long time. We heard about the economy of the local area, which is heavily based on tourism now, with Clearway Castle and things like that. And it is a beautiful area. The Wye Valley and the River Wye. The River Wye has been described as the most beautiful river in England. I won't argue with that. I walked the Wye. I've been on the Wye a little bit, and I've been in it. But it is a beautiful river, and the Sladbrook feeds into the Wye. So, and the twofold steps there are of great importance as part of our natural history of this country. And to do anything that may affect them would be wrong. There's minimal planning gain. We've heard that 5% of the revenue generated would be in the local area. Balance that against the tourism, places like Clearwell Castle, the restaurant, the pubs, the local interest places, and the Forest of Dean generally, it is very small. I also have some reservations about the restoration. We've heard from the officers today that the restoration would not be back to what we are today. The existing quarry that is spent, part of the conditions of that was to restore it as they went along. It hasn't been done. If they'd have done it as they went along, there would have been now 5 or 6 or even 8 years of vegetation growing, trees planted, maturing the landscape. But it hasn't occurred, and you've got to judge people on their record. Most of us do. The existing landscape is prime agricultural land, and people earn a living off that. We've read in the report about the one particular farm which will lose, I think it's 9 acres of land, which is considerable. It may affect their business to an extent where they can no longer continue, people who farm there. But when you look at the visual impact of the bunds, it is colossal. The height of these bunds is 3.5 double-decker buses. That will change the shape of the landscape forever. The way the quarry is dug out now and the mitigation to put it right will never restore it back to what it was. And it will, to be quite honest, when I walk around the place, it reminded me of Tom Sharpe's novel, Blot on the Landscape, because it is. The quarry is not a pretty thing. It is a blot on the landscape. And I think we should refuse on the SSI implications and also on the visual implications for the people surrounding it. People's homes affected. We've heard about the crusher, the primary crusher, but the other crushing that goes on when it goes through the tunnel, we don't know what happens there when they make cement products. It will be crushed further to make cement. We've heard people saying that the dust factor, now the dust factor is significant. We can't judge it now. And if we'd have gone on a site visit, we couldn't do it because there is no dust at the moment. It's an empty site. But is the impact, the visual impact, and the impact on the Slad Brook, and that the lack of confidence in the 106 testing will give us a correct result, I think is enough to, at this point in time, to move for refusal. Thank you, Chair.
Thanking you. Obviously, following that, you've made a proposition. I will be looking for a seconder. Somebody that's prepared to second what Councillor Fisher has just proposed.
If you've got anybody, you can indicate on. You can wave your hand if you want, or you can indicate by raising your hand on the system. Do we have a seconder? I can't see a seconder anywhere.
Oh dear.
We don't have a seconder for that.
No seconder.
No seconder.
Right. Well, in that case, is anyone prepared to raise their hand to propose the recommendation on page 170?
So, Simon, we'll just ask, do you want to speak, or do you, Simon? Go on, Simon.
Both happy to propose that we go with officer recommendation. Haven't seen any extra conditions that we want to put on, but that's as and when. But so happy to propose officer recommendation. If I can make a few comments at this point. Mineral exploitation within the Forest of Dean goes, and it's been extensive and goes back to Roman times. We've had some of the finest iron ore in the world extracted from the Forest of Dean. We've had all sorts with lots of coal extracted, ochres, and goodness knows what else. I remember back in the 60s and 70s, I used to go potholing in the Forest of Dean, and it was well accepted, and particularly in this area, wherever you stood below you, there was a mine. So mineral exploitation has gone on for many, many years. A lot of the landscape within the Forest of Dean is actually made up of slag heaps that, strangely enough, now you use the word slag heaps and everyone winces with horror, but some of them are very beautiful now that they've been grown on, and I can also take members to a number of old quarries there that have had no restoration done to them, but are part of the landscape. And if we can come back this side of the river, I'm on the board of Cleve Common Board of Conservators. Cleve Common was a quarry. It is now one of the largest triple SIs in the country. I think I'm right in saying that. So, whereas no, the quarry that we're talking about is current, and I would shy from saying it was beautiful, far from it. But it is short term. This has been in part restored. We can enforce to make sure that it is properly not reinstated, because you can't reinstate it unless you put all the stone back that you've dug out. But it can be restored to something that is almost beautiful, if you like, in the future, which wasn't done in a lot of sites throughout the Forest of Dean. So for that reason, yes, what is there currently is not beautiful. What is proposed, which I think is more important, is only a smallish proportion of what's already happened. So it's just only an extension of what's already there. If this was a brand new application, I would say, I'm thinking very different. There's a lot of question, but it's not a new application. It's just an extension of an old one. So for that reason, I propose we go with the officer's recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm looking for a seconder. I see Dr. Caldwell waving frantically.
Yeah, well, I was missed out when I tried to propose it, so now I'll get in and say I'd be happy to second it. I think it's so heavily conditioned that we've got a lot of safety nets there, and I go along with everything that Simon has said. I think it's overdone the effect on the Wye Valley, because this extension is at the far end, the north end of the site, and it's as far from the Wye Valley as you can get and still be on that piece of land. And that there are other reasons why I think there's no good reason to refuse it, given the conditions that are there.
Okay, thank you. I'm looking for any other member wishing to speak in the debate now, and we are in debate.
Just seeing if any, you can raise your hand on the screen if you want to, because I think there's sufficient of, there's so few of you now, I can actually, the members of the public, I can see you. So Stephen Hurst and Graham.
Thank you. I would agree with John that there is so much conditioning on this application that we've got a very tight ship to look after to ensure that there is hardly any harm in the environment. So I'm quite happy with this one. Thank you.
Okay. And then Councillor Graham Morgan.
Graham.
Chair. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, where you go, Graham?
Yeah. Obviously, coming from 6 generations of coal miners in the Forest of Dean, I know a bit about mining and digging holes in the area. It's I'm very torn with this, because obviously you feel for the guys whose jobs it is in the quarry primarily, and obviously people whose jobs is in the service and now growing tourist industry. I'm pleased and I welcome the work that Jason has done as officer, is getting some of this dust and noise mitigation levels put in. And I welcome the input of the EA in Natural England, and also the comments of Professor Gunn. However, I've always been a councillor since 1983, it seems like an eternity now, and I fought open cast operations in coal, and obviously the dreaded fracking, and I've always been a sort of person who's been mindful of the area. What I will say is the area is very unique, not only in its landscape, because that's just on the surface. It's a very unique area in its geology, and where you look at geology, that dictates hydrology, and so the area is very strange. And in Trent. In the 70s, Sinniford lost its water supply. We didn't have enough water for the houses we were building. So we found new reserves in the iron measures along the Buckshaft hillside and the Buckshaft iron mines. Now, when they started pulling that water, they was pulling 2.4 million gallons a day, and that was being controlled by a computer from Stafferton. That water extraction had to be tailed back because the Lidbrook Valley Springs in the Lidbrook village, which also gets water from an aquifer, the water there went out of sight. And the water in the Big Wallet Clearwell, which is below this site, actually dropped. Dyes was put in it Buckshaft, and you could be forgiven for thinking that those dyes would run naturally towards the river. They didn't. They went around the basin of the Forest of Dean, which is like a giant sugar bowl, and ended up in Clearwell. So that's the nature of the hydrology of the Forest of Dean. Wherever you mess with water, you can get problems. So that's where my concerns are. I think Jason has done a very good job in mitigation measures and getting the application to where it is in that sense. But I still worry about hydrology because water don't do what you want it to do. It never has done. Every open cast mine we've had flooding. If we'd have gone to fracking, we'd have had major issues in our drinking supplies. We've got factories that pull water from aquifers, one near this site, and that's Beecham's at Colford, who use it for the manufacture of Ribena and Lucasade. We got factories in Lydney that manufacture tea bags from water from the Independence level in the Yorkley area. So the water of the Forest of Dean is you've got to be careful what you do. That's why we're so vehemently against fracking. The area is prone to faults. You've got 35 fault lines in it. Some of them, what they call 50-foot down throws, where the land is sliced down 50 feet in some cases. On the shaft there, cut the shaft, or the coal authority. They found the shaft had split in half. Halfway down that shaft of the Pleasant property, it had gone out of step. The first part of the shaft was in the The second part was almost only half it was showing. So
you're breaking up, Graham. Breaking up. Hang on.
Okay. So the water is a very, very special feature, and we've got to be careful what we do. That's my comments, Chair.
Okay, thanks Graham. Councillor Rob Bird, you've got your hand up. We've got Councillor Sean Parsons as well.
Yeah, thank you. It was just really when I look at the balance of things that we need to judge, I can't see many planning reasons to refuse this. That said, I think I'm going to go back to allude to my questions really, and it's about landscape. And the one thing, as Councillor Morgan has just said, a lot of good work has clearly been done for mitigating a lot of the potential hazards and things that have been raised in objections such as dust, etc. But the one thing that, to me, just simply you cannot be clear without actually going to the site, without us having a site visit, is the issue of landscape and landscape harm. Whether that's strong enough to actually allow us, not say allow us is the wrong word, to tip the balance against the application, I would seriously doubt. So I think whilst I'm very disappointed at the moment that we are not able to have routine site visits, I have to say. But I think it is difficult, even looking at all the different factors, to see how we could justify refusing this application. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Sean Parsons. Sean, did you want to say something?
Thank you very much. I'm having a bit of a problem with my screen. It's flashing all over the place. But anyhow, I think you can hear me.
I can hear you. You could hear everything.
Yes, good. I really go back to the comment which I made before, that I think that in a way I look at this as a sort of applying in principle, because the conditions are very extensive. And they do, I think, on the assumption that they're successfully implemented, they do meet, hopefully, some of the concerns very well expressed by by the local residents and others. And I would like them to be coming back. I've lost part of my my thing today, but I think some of those been particularly on the Essicarth and also on the landscaping, I think are very important that we do come back and see that they have been substantially met. But no, I agree with the other comments made. I don't think because of the extensive conditions which have been put in there, I do support the officer recommendation.
Sean, can I just check? You said you were having some problems with your connection, but you've been able to hear everything.
I can hear everything. Yes.
Yeah.
It's just that I don't know what's gone wrong, but my screen is flashing all the time. It's only started about 10 minutes ago.
Right. You mentioned the conditions. Did you want the conditions put up on the screen so you can see?
Well, no, I can see. I can remember them, but the ones that I'm talking about are effectively those. There are a number of them, which are to do with the Essicarth, and they're sort of 73, 74, 75 around there.
Yeah. So we're going to need to identify those at some point.
David Brown.
David Brown?
Yes, thank you, Chair and Simon. I find myself very, very much torn on this. There are a lot of conditions, yes, but conditions are only good if they're kept to, and I'm not sure all applicants have a great a record on sticking to conditions. I mean, I think the local residents will be keeping an eye on things as well, but should they have to? I do regret that we haven't had the opportunity of a site visit. I'm impressed that Bernie went along, but I think it's good for us all to go together. Difficult at the moment, I know, but not impossible. So I do regret that opportunity. We might see that there's lots of dust around or whatever, things that you can't see on all the photographs that we can be shown. It doesn't always show up. So I'm just finding it very difficult to support the application despite all the conditions in front of us.
We've got, thanks, Dave. Martin, you've got your hand up, our legal advisor.
It's just the point that Simon made. If on certain,
don't hear you. Just start again, Martin. You just dropped out then.
All right. Once certain conditions coming back identified, also whether the proposer and seconder are happy to accept motion.
You're dropping out, Martin, but I think what you're saying is that members need to clearly identify those conditions.
Yeah. And I did say at the start of the debate that we were in a position to put those the summary conditions up, and I think probably this is the appropriate time for admin, if you can, to put that summary up on screen.
Let's see if we can. Bear with me. We're going to see what we can do. Can you see the screen now?
Can that be expanded, please?
Yeah, I'll do that now.
Even if we have to cut it in half.
Yeah. So there we go. You've got. I think, Jason, that's the summary of the conditions, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, that is literally a very brief summary. There's no real detail with those. That was just mainly to give an indication to the councillors the amount of pre-commencement conditions that were there. So it was more of a visual guide, really, to say, no, that there's a lot of conditions that need to be complied with. I think for all the purposes that councillors are thinking about, I think we really need to have a look specifically at specific conditions so they know exactly what they are requiring to potentially come back to members.
This is a guide.
It is in the report, so members could view it via the report, all the conditions listed, and maybe go through the ones they think relevant. Or I could I've sent a little list to you already, Simon, or I could go through and suggest the conditions, whichever way they want to do it, really.
Can I actually come back? When I said the conditions and the ones which we want to look at, sorry, Sean Parsons, wasn't actually making that a condition of supporting the recommendation. I think it's looking forward. So I mean, I don't think, from the legal point of view, do we need to do it now, or is it something which we should do in due course? Because I'd like to have another look, and though I can listen to everything, I'm having great trouble reading anything at the moment. It was fine until a quarter of an hour ago. I don't know what's gone wrong.
Yeah, I'm just going to go back to legal and Martin. I hope because he was having difficulties with his transmission, not in his car, but on his same transmission. Martin, did you pick that up?
Martin there? Just trying. Let me just take that off the screen just for a sec. Let's see if we can get Martin.
Kevin Phillips is indicating there.
So Kevin.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, Kevin. Come in.
Well, if Martin can't come through, is it just through the chair? If Councillor Parsons is having an issue, is it worth members looking at the conditions from 170 onwards in the published papers and highlighting, if that's going to be built into a potential resolution, the conditions they're looking at potentially coming back? It's published in the papers, but it sounds like Councillor Parsons is having a job Googling between or toggling between the video and actually looking at the published papers. I leave it up to your discretion, Chair. It's just a thought.
Thank you. Sean, I'm coming back over to you now.
You unmute, Sean. Yeah. You're still muted, Sean. That's good.
It wasn't so much a resolution. I'm supporting the recommendation. Full stop. What I was saying is that we look at some stage, and I don't know why we have to look at it now, but the key ones which I'm interested in, to be honest with you, are the ones that do with the landscape and the ones that do with the EPIS card. And I haven't got the numbers in front of me. Those are the ones which I think were giving a lot of concern to people. And I think that when those recommendations which have gone through as to the work which has to be done, and for instance, when we're talking about the trials for the EPIS card, I think it's important that we come back to make certain that we are happy that the trials have achieved what they're set out to achieve. And I'm sorry, I haven't got the numbers in front of me any longer because, as I said,
Martin is back now, and I think Martin will want members to identify those conditions now. Martin, can you come in?
Yeah, sorry about that. I had to drop out and come back in. Yeah, I think if members want certain conditions to come back, because normally they wouldn't. So if members of the committee are minded to see some of them coming back, I think we do need to identify them. Now, it seems that to me from the debate that condition 71 is definitely one that Councillor Parsons is referring to and has been heavily debated, that members might want to see come back. Whether there are others, I think we do need to identify them if you want that.
So just to clarify then, Martin, condition 71 is EPICAS construction trials. So that's one that you would want to come back. So that it's just identifying those conditions now.
Well, that's one I think that Councillor Parsons is putting forward as one to come back.
Yeah, so we've identified that one.
Simon? I think that's the key one as far as I'm concerned. Other people may have 1 hour or 2 hours where they wish to come back, but I think the other ones are not so difficult.
If Sean covered into the EPICAS conditions, you're looking at 71, 72, and 73. I think a point the most relevant.
Okay. So
74.
71, 72 and 73.
Would you include 74?
74 relates to the results. I mean, 74 basically relates to the monitoring results that would go to the management group associated with the Section 106. So that would then go towards England, the EA, the MPA, and the applicant to review the figures. So I'm not quite sure what would be able to come back to members, to be honest with you, with 74.
It was
72 all prior to commencement conditions. So they potentially could come back for comment to members after we'd gone to the relevant consultees or technical advisors for their input. So members would be able to, well, depending, I don't know which way we do it really. I think that'd have to be, if we came to members first or after consultee comments, I don't know.
You just want to clarify on that then. How would we see that? I don't know whether Kevin will be the best placed
to be honest with you, it
Can't hear.
Do you want me to say something, Chair?
Yeah, Kevin, is it helpful in terms of
just to explain, so for members' benefit, when we have approval of permissions such as this, where there might be, typically with minerals applications where there's a lot of conditions, the compliance of all of those still has to normally go through an approval process. Now that's largely technical. It's largely done through delegated process. In other words, the relevant case officer will look at the submissions that are submitted back from the applicant, whatever technical consultation or whatever advice is sought as part of that. And eventually, once the officer feels that he or she is satisfied with that condition, they then will look through the delegated procedures to get an authorising officer under delegated procedures to complete that. So I think what you're asking in this case, rather than the process whereby the delegated officer, such as myself, might actually, if you like, approve the compliance or confirm that, you're looking for members to confirm that. So in other words, the process of what happens with that condition will be the same. It will just eventually come back to yourselves. Is that correct?
So are we saying, Kevin, that's for member views or member confirmation?
I'm just explaining the process of how we normally go through the compliance of conditions. In light of the debate, it seems to me that in some way, the conditions, there seems to be a desire for some of these conditions to come back to members in some way. Jason explained a circumstance from some years ago, how it was referred back almost as an information matter, saying, well, as far as we're concerned at officer level, we are happy to complete that. I don't think we actually had a resolution in that case for it to come back to members. In other words, it was a technical position, but what I'm just trying to relate to you is the same sort of process is in place effectively. You're replacing on whatever conditions effectively that you want to see those. So the officer would report back and say, well, I recommend all the necessary steps that have been undertaken for this condition. I think it satisfies the condition. Do you agree?
Right. So
does that sound,
okay.
Is that a fair take, Jason?
Yes. That last, basically what happened last time, we went forward with the comments from the relevant technical advisors. and we went to committee for comments. So basically, this is what we are proposing. Do members have any other do they agree, and have they any other comments to make to be considered? But yes, it was basically you just give them the opportunity to comment on the technical advisor's comments and the recommendation from the Mineral Plan Authority for compliance.
So can I just summarising where we are at the moment then? The proposal that's on the table is that planning permission is granted for the reasons set out within the report, summarised in the paragraphs 7.333 to 7.347, subject to the prior completion of the Section 106 planning agreement to secure the long-term monitoring and safeguarding of Sladbrook Triple SI, and subject to the conditions in the report, but with a specific reference to conditions 71, 72 and 73 relating to the Epicast, that they would be subject to member confirmation prior to going forward. So is that the summary as members would see it? I've got John indicating to speak. We've also got Bernie Fisher.
I've been indicating for a while. I mean, we're talking about this discharge of conditions applications. I don't see any difficulty in doing what's being suggested. There was suggestion we should have one on landscape that came back as well. I think the one that would be referred to would be 58 on page 186.
Okay.
Bernie.
Councillor Bernie Fisher.
Thank you. When we talked about the 106 agreement, it was talked about an MMSG being set up. Now, we don't know who will comprise that group, but I think there should be local representation on it. But there's got to be some pretty high level technical membership of it, because it is a very scientific 106. It's not the usual 106, which deals with schools, footways, highways, and things like that. It is a very technical 106, which Professor Gunn has great reservations whether it will give us the result we want. So I think that should be dealt with before we plough ahead. Thank you.
Yeah, others have mentioned 74, and I tend to agree, Councillor Fisher.
Councillor Robert Vines, you got your hand up, Robert.
Yes, apologies, Mr. Chairman. I shall have to leave the meeting now after 4 hours. Apologies. Pity we didn't finalise this quicker, but I shall have to leave.
Okay, noted.
Like the voting.
I've got Steve Robinson, Councillor Steve Robinson.
We haven't got to leave vote, have we?
We're getting, I think we're getting quite close to a vote, Robert. I think he may have gone. Councillor Steve Robinson. Sorry, Steve.
Yeah. Thank you, Chair. I did raise my hand when Sean was speaking, and that was prior to the discussion regarding trials. I am really concerned about these trials, and that we will get something after 12 months, and then something will proceed then if they're positive and if everything's okay, and then if there is a problem following, and then it goes into the water course, what's the problem then? It's a big problem, and work will have started. I really appreciate Bernie of going down there and see. I'm not convinced in myself that it should go ahead, but that's me. I'm not 100% convinced. Thank you.
Thanks, Steve. So we've still got a few hands up. I don't know, Councillor John, Dr. John Caldwell, your hand's still raised. Is there anything else you wanted to say, John? No, you're down. Okay. Graham's down. Sean, Councillor Sean Parson. Your hand's still up.
I'm quite happy with what's being proposed. Thank you.
All right. And Bernie, you've got your...
Just one last point.
Yeah.
When this comes back in 12 months' time, this committee may be of a different constitution. We're proposing to have elections next May, as long as COVID or whatever hasn't reared its ugly head again. And it would be very difficult for people who have not been through these 4 hours and many hours of reading and things like that to come to, unless it's purely to accept the scientific judgment, either yay or nay. And that's when we need guidance from people like Professor Gunn. And as I said, how can we ensure, no one's addressed how we ensure that the local community have some involvement in this MMSG for the 106 agreement. It's obviously a legal agreement, so if they breach it, it ends up in court if they don't comply with it. And there's the cost of that and the enforcement, of course. We have one planning enforcement officer for the entire county. He's going to be a busy lad.
All right.
Okay.
I think probably, Chair, we need to bring Martin in as a legal advisor in terms of, we've obviously now, Martin, had 5 conditions that have been identified by members, 58 landscape, 71, 72 and 73 were identified earlier, and 74 has been brought back in. So can you comment on that? Is that in terms of the imposition of those conditions, is that within the gift of members? Just to clarify the legal position.
Yes, I think I said earlier that if members want specific conditions that now have been identified to come back, signing off, as Kevin Phillips has explained that process to you, I think that's legitimate. And listening to the debate, I can understand why members might feel that those conditions are critical, because certainly with 71, if that is going to be discharged and approved, then that will allow extraction to take place. So that is a critical condition. So I think it's entirely legitimate, and there is precedent, I think, that's been mentioned by Jason, that this has been done. So if that is part of the proposal, in addition to the officer recommendation, legally, I'm comfortable with that.
Right. Okay. Thanks, Martin. So Jason, as case officer, just looking at those 5 conditions, because you raised a question about 74, didn't you, before? You there, Jason?
I haven't unmuted myself. So I've written down so far conditions 58, which relate to landscape, 71, 72 and 73, which relate to the epicast. 74, I'm not quite sure what we would bring back, or the applicant would bring back. It relates to the monitoring results from the epicast monitoring. So again, it's going to be a very technical piece of figures, basically, and I'll leave it in members' hands, but I'm struggling to see what the MPA would present to committee for 74, because it relates to the results of the monitoring regime. It's not a prior to commencement, so it's not something they'd have to do prior to activities on the site, like the extraction or development. So I'll just leave that when there are members.
Okay.
So Graham's just indicating. Graham?
Just as it might be a late stage to ask, is there an involvement of the district or forest district monitoring?
Get up there, Graham. Go again, Graham.
Is there any involvement of anyone from the Environment Department of the Forestine District Council going to be involved in this monitoring forum who look and judge and look at these trials? So I thought it would be courteous for the local people to be involved.
The simple response, Graham, is no. We would use Natural England and the EA will be involved in the monitoring. As I said, they will be part of the group. So the management group will be set up with the Mineral Plan Authority, the Environment Agency, Natural England, and the applicant. It's mainly been created on the almost not a request, but it meets the requirements of Natural England and EA, who want to have an active role in the monitoring of the site and all that say to do the construction of this. So this was a way that was put forward by the applicant to keep the EA and Natural England involved in the process, because they couldn't directly be involved via conditions. They'd just be a consultee. Via the Section 106, they are actually a key participant in that group, and they would have, be part of the regulation of the matters in the Section 106. And as I've said, it won't just be the Epicast construction that will be in the Section 106. The actual content has yet to be agreed, but as I say, naturally the EA could request other areas to be included in that Section 106 agreement.
Okay, I suppose it would be good for them to be involved, because this is basically a new concept. It could probably be, if it's successful, be used elsewhere in the country.
Yeah, as I said, the Natural England EA have been very keen to stay involved in this process past the planning as well. And I said this is the reason why the Section 106 is key, and the setup of the management group.
Okay, thanks, Jason.
Okay, so I don't think we've got any other members wishing to speak. Wave at the screen if you are looking to speak. I'm pretty sure we haven't got anyone. Okay. So shall I summarise, Chair, in terms of where we are with the proposal that's on the table, the one that was put forward by Councillor Simon Wheeler and seconded by Councillor Dr. John Caldwell. So we've got all the members present except Robert Vines now. So I'm sorry, I'm going to have to read it back to you and then make reference to those conditions. So just bear with me a sec. So what's on the table in front of you is that planning permission is granted for the reasons set out within the report and summarised at paragraph 7.333 to 7.347, subject to the prior completion of a Section 106 planning agreement to secure the long-term monitoring and safeguarding of Slad Brook SSI, and subject to the conditions in the report, with members having particular sight of the conditions at 58 Landscape, 71, 72 and 73 relating to the Epicast. And those conditions would be subject to members' approval following an officer report. So are you comfortable with that proposal? I'll just go to Simon and to Simon Wheeler and John Caldwell as the mover and seconder. Is that how you see it?
Yes, I'd be happy with that. Don't know about John.
Yes, I'm happy with that.
You happy with that, John?
Yep.
Okay.
Then.
So we've got, without anyone else wanting to speak, are you happy to move to the vote, Chair?
Yes, we'll take the vote unless anybody, and I can't see anyone else indicating.
No one else is indicating. Everyone is clear what they're voting on. So I'll go through each of you by name alphabetically. Could you clearly say for, against, or abstain and then I'll give you the result. So starting with Councillor Robert Bird.
Four.
Thank you. That's 4. Councillor David Brown.
Abstain.
Thank you, David. Abstain. Councillor Dr. John Cordwell.
4.
4. Councillor Bernard Fisher.
Against.
Against. Councillor Stephen Hurst.
4.
4. Councillor Graham Morgan. Graham?
Against, Chair.
Against. Councillor Sean Parsons.
4.
4. Councillor Steve Robinson.
Against.
Against. Councillor Pam Tracy.
4.
4. Councillor Robert Vines has left the meeting. You're not there, Robert, are you? No. Councillor Simon Wheeler.
4.
Councillor Phil Orford.
4.
So the result is 7 members for, 3 against, and 1 abstention. So the planning application is approved. Chair.
Okay. Can I thank you all? I think we always envisaged this was going to be a particularly long planning meeting, and obviously there probably will be considerable disappointment in those that have made representation. Yes, it's unusual circumstances. I am confident that by doing it virtually, apart from what members have said about the inability to do site visits, can I thank you, the officer team, for participating, and those that took a lot of trouble to write in with the objections. Particular thanks to Andrea, who in the lead up to this, I know she's done considerable errors, and thank you for participating. We will see you at the next planning meeting.
All right. Could I ask, thank you everyone, could I ask that you all log off now and we end the YouTube transmission?
Yeah, thank you, Simon. Thank you all. Thanks, Phil. Thank you.
Okay. Right. See you.
Thank you, Jason.
Yeah, all right. Bye.
Peace.